لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. This is the first in a series of short presentations in which my goal is to show why Islam is true. My approach in these presentations will be to take the statement Islam is true as a claim and to then evaluate whether or not that claim is true by examining the evidence for it as well as the evidence against it. This evidence-based evaluation of the statement Islam is true is what I mean by the title of this series of presentations, namely the title Why Islam is True. Now, before I can evaluate the truth of this claim, I need to clearly define what I mean by the word Islam. This is because the word Islam is used in many different ways by many different people, and because of this widespread difference, if I don't define what the word Islam means in the claim that I am making, I run the risk that you, the listener, might understand it differently than I do. And as a result, the claim Islam is true will have a different meaning in your mind than it will in mine. When I then bring evidence to show why the claim that I am making is true, you will not see why it supports the claim Islam is true, because the evidence that you need to show that the claim that is in your mind is true is different than the evidence that I need to show the claim that is in my mind is true. To avoid this confusion, in this first lesson, I will clearly define what I mean by Islam when I make the claim that Islam is true. The title of this first lesson, therefore, is What is Islam? Let's examine some common meanings that people give to the word Islam. Perhaps the most common one is what Muslims believe and do. This is what university academics who study Islam mean when they use the word Islam. To a professor of Islamic studies at Harvard or Oxford, for example, Islam is what anyone who has historically called himself Muslim has believed in or done. This meaning is also what reporters give to the word Islam when they report news about Islam in the media. The problem with this definition is that when someone who calls himself Muslim does something that is not part of Islam, it will be included within what Islam is, because Islam is defined as what anyone who calls himself Muslim believes and does. So, for example, if someone who calls himself Muslim does something that conflicts with Islam, like blowing up a bomb to kill innocent people, then if Islam is what Muslims believe and do, anyone who says he's a Muslim believes and does, then this action would still be considered part of what Islam is, even though it's actually not. As you go through these presentations, it's important for you to keep in mind that this is not how I use the word Islam. This is not how I define the word Islam when I say that Islam is true. Many non-Muslims naturally equate Islam with what they see other Muslims doing, and many Muslims naturally equate Islam with what they see someone who is outwardly religious, somebody who has a beard, somebody who wears the hijab, somebody who speaks Arabic, somebody who appears to be knowledgeable. So many Muslims, they equate Islam with what they see such people do. When they then experience something unpleasant at their hands, it may drive them away from considering whether or not Islam is true. So what you need to do as you listen to these presentations is to consciously separate between any unpleasant experiences that you may have had at the hands of somebody who calls himself Muslim, and between what I am defining Islam to be in these lessons. Another meaning that is commonly in the minds of many young Muslims, particularly those who were raised in non-Muslim majority countries, is the do's or don'ts that they were pressured to do as children. The Sunday Quran lessons that they were forced to attend at the mosque, or the burger that they were denied because its meat wasn't halal. Another meaning that some people give to the word Islam is the confession of faith, the statement that I testify that there is no God but except Allah, and I testify that Muhammad is his messenger. By saying this statement, someone officially enters the community of Muslims, and that is why some people, they use the word Islam to refer to the confession of faith. Another meaning that political or social Muslim activists might have foremost in their minds when they use the word Islam is the struggle for peace and justice. In this series of presentations, as I evaluate the truth of the claim, Islam is true, what I mean by Islam is none of these things. What I mean by Islam is the claim that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. This claim comprises 4 sub-claims. First, it comprises the claim that God created us as well as everything else in the universe. Second, it comprises the claim that God sent us messengers. He did not simply create us and leave us to be, but He sent us messengers, and that He charged these messengers with telling us the purpose of our existence. And finally, the 4th subclaim in this claim is the claim that our purpose will not be realized in this life, but in another life to come after we die. To recap, when I say in this series of presentations that Islam is true, what I mean by Islam is not what Muslims believe and do, nor do I mean by Islam the do's and don'ts that you might have been pressured to adhere to as a child, nor do I mean the confession of faith, nor do I mean a struggle for peace and justice. Rather, what I mean when I say Islam is true is that it is true that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. The truth of this claim comprises claims about God, claims about individuals who claimed to be God's messengers, claims about the purpose of our existence, and claims about another life after death. Our investigation of all of these claims needs to begin with an examination of our claims about God. The first of these claims is that God exists. This is where all of these claims begin, and that is where I will begin in the next presentation. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. This is the second installment in the series of presentations on why Islam is true. In this presentation, I will show that God exists. Now, God exists is a claim. Remember that my approach in this series of short presentations is to evaluate the truth of such claims based on an examination of the evidence for them as well as the evidence against them. Let's start with the evidence that supports this claim. Before I try to find this evidence on my own, I'd like you to step back with me for a moment and recall that the reason why we are evaluating the truth of this claim, the claim that God exists, in other words, is because it is part of our evaluation of a larger claim that is the title of this series of presentations, namely the claim that Islam is true. Remember from the previous presentation that when I make the claim Islam is true, I have a clearly defined meaning of the term Islam in mind. What I mean by Islam is the claim that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. This claim rests on the subclaim that God created the universe. This subclaim, in turn, rests on a further subclaim that God exists. As I begin this presentation with the goal of showing you that God exists, I want you to bring to mind that this claim, God exists, is a subclaim of a larger claim, namely the claim that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. Now, if God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death, then surely He must have shown us that He exists. In other words, surely He must have given us some signs, arguments, indications of His existence so that the purpose for His creating us might be realized. In fact, He has. Therefore, I don't need myself to discover the evidence that supports the truth of the claim that God exists. All I need to do is evaluate the evidence that He Himself would be presenting us with if, in fact, it was the case that Islam is true. For that, I need to turn to the Quran. Here is an important verse to which we will be returning again and again throughout this series of presentations. In this verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, "Verily, in the creation of the heavens and the earth, the succession of night and day, the ships that sail the sea with profit for mankind, the rain which God sends down from the sky and then gives life therewith to the earth after its death, the animals of all kinds that He scatters through the earth, the change of the winds and the clouds that they swirl between the sky and the earth. In all of these are surely great and numerous signs for those who reflect." This is the first of dozens of other verses in the Quran that point to the phenomena of the universe as evidence for God's existence. Here are 20 other sets of verses that I encourage you to look up on your own. If you follow the arguments of this series of presentations, you will see that these 20 sets of verses are all making the same argument that this verse that we are looking at now is making. And you will also see that there are many, many other verses in the Quran that do the same. The fact that the universe is evidence for the existence of God is one of the most important and central themes of the Quran. We will see in the 5th installment in this series of presentations that this Quranic argument is in fact simple and straightforward, and that it only seems obscure in the present age because of the irrational yet nevertheless powerful influence of materialism. For now, I will assume that the Quranic argument is not yet clear in your mind, and I will proceed to explain it until it does become clear. The question that you are probably asking as you read the statement on the screen, "The universe is evidence for the existence of God," is why? Why is the universe evidence for the existence of God? There's more than one reason why. In this presentation, I will focus on one of these reasons, which is that the universe is evidence for God's existence because it is contingent. The word contingent is not an everyday word like apple or orange, and therefore needs a definition. Here's a definition of what it means for a fact to be contingent. a fact is contingent when it could have been otherwise. Let's clarify this definition by applying it to the verse that we just saw. That verse mentions several facts in the universe. The first fact that the verse mentions is the creation of the universe, the fact that it did not exist and then began to exist. This fact shows us that the universe's existence is a contingent fact. The existence of the universe, the fact that the universe exists, is a contingent fact. Why is it a contingent fact? Well, remember that a contingent fact is a fact that could have been otherwise. And the universe's existence is a contingent fact because even though it exists, it could have been otherwise. It could have not existed. The fact that it could have not existed makes it contingent. This fact that it could have not existed can be known through reason, and it can also be known through scientific inference, as we will explain in a future presentation on the creation of the universe. The second fact that the verse mentions is the fact of the night, and the third fact is the fact of the day. The verse talks about the succession of the night and day. Now, the night and the day that we experience in the world, both of these facts are contingent facts. The night is contingent because even though it might be night right now, it could have been day. And the day is contingent because even though it is day right now, it could have been night. So the day and night are contingent facts. The verse then mentions the fact that ships sail in the sea. The sailing of ships in the sea is also a contingent fact because ships sail, but they could have sank, as we see in many cases when ships do in fact sink. The verse then talks about the fact of rain, that God sends down water from the heavens. He sends down rain from the sky. Rain too is a contingent fact because it might be raining right now, but it could have been sunny. So rain is a contingent fact. The verse then goes on to mention many other facts. It mentions the facts of plant life, animal life, winds and clouds, and other verses in the Quran that expound this argument that we are explaining in this presentation. They mention many other phenomena, many other facts in the universe. What all of these verses point to is that everything in the universe is contingent because everything in the universe could have been otherwise. The question that this raises is, what made the things in the universe the way that they are? When something is contingent, when a fact is contingent, then it's true because it's a fact, but the fact that the fact is contingent leads us to ask the question, what made it the way that it is? The contingency of a fact reveals that there was something external to that fact that made it the way that it is. So the universe's existence is a contingent fact. So it exists, the universe exists, this is a fact, but since this is a contingent fact, it could have not existed. This leads us to ask the question, what made it exist? The night is a contingent fact because it could have been day. That leads us to ask the question, what made it night? The day is a contingent fact because it could have been night. That leads us to ask the question, what made it day? The ships that sail in the sea, their sailing is a contingent fact. That leads us to ask the question, what makes them sail? The rain that falls from the sky is a contingent fact. That leads us to ask the question, what made it rain? Except for the first fact that we just saw, namely the fact that the universe began to exist, which we'll put aside for now, all the other four facts, they are all recognized as contingent by scientists, even though they don't say so. The fact that a scientist asks the question, what made it night, day, what made ships sail, what made it rain, reveals that he or she sees that there was something outside of these facts that made them the way that they are. The entire project of modern science is based on the perception of contingency in all of the facts of the universe. Now, the way that a scientist will answer questions such as these is by pointing to some other contingent fact in the universe. So when a scientist poses the question, what made it night or what made it day, he'll point to nuclear fusion in the core of the sun, which releases light and heat energy, and the rotation of the earth around its own axis, which turns various parts of it towards the sun, making it day over there, and then turns those parts away from the sun, making it night over there. When he's asked about what makes ships sail, he'll point towards the density of the material with which they are made, which causes them to float, or the fact that the ship has been carefully designed so that the weight of the water that the ship displaces is greater than the weight of the ship itself, creating an upwards force up from the sea, making the ship float, as well as the winds that blow that actually make the ships sail, makes them move. When he's asked what makes it rain, he'll point to the fact that the sun causes the water in the seas and the rivers to evaporate. This evaporation, water vapor goes up into the sky, condenses high up in the sky where it's cooler in the form of clouds, and then depending on where these clouds are moved and the temperatures and the movement of the winds, it may rain in a particular place or it may not rain. Science studies contingent facts and explains them with reference to other contingent facts. Scientists study contingent causation. The contingent causation that they study is true, but when it's studied without reference to God, it is inadequate and misleading because it implicitly says that every contingent fact in the universe was a contingent fact ad infinitum. Let me explain. Let's take a contingent fact. Let's take the last contingent fact that we saw, namely the falling of the rain from the sky. We saw that the thing that a scientist might say makes the falling of the rain true is the water cycle, the fact that the heat of the sun evaporates the water in the rivers and seas, which rises and then forms clouds and then condenses and and the drops of rain get heavier and heavier until eventually they come down as rain. Now this explanation, this cause, the thing that made the first contingent fact true, namely the rain, was another contingent fact. The evaporation, the rising of the water vapor and its condensing into clouds and falling down as rain is itself a contingent fact. All of these are contingent facts. And that leads us to ask the question, what made them true? Now, a scientist will quickly point to a third contingent fact. So he might say that the rising of the water vapor and the formation of clouds and the moving of clouds and the condensation ultimately into rain is caused by wind streams moving in different directions, which create different pressure areas. But this too is a contingent fact because the movement of wind in a particular area is a contingent fact. This is another contingent fact that was, by the way, mentioned in the verse that we just saw. And so that leads us to ask the question, what made this third contingent fact true? The scientist will quickly point to another contingent fact. He might say that the wind streams are caused by the uneven heating of the sun. So because the sun heats the surface of the earth unevenly, it creates areas of high and low pressure that begins the process of the movement of the winds, and then the movement of the winds is furthered by other factors that leads to the wind streams and greater discrepancies in high and low pressure. But this too is a contingent fact, so we need to ask what made this fourth contingent fact true, and they might point to another contingent fact and say that the uneven heating of the earth is caused by the fact that it rotates on an axis, and the axis is tilted about 23.5 degrees, and because it spins on this tilted axis, the sun heats the various areas of the earth unevenly. But this too is a contingent fact. What is it that made the earth spin in the first place, let alone spin on an axis? And there might be another contingent fact and another contingent fact and another contingent fact. And when these contingent facts are studied without reference to God, as most science classes are, it gives the impression that a never-ending series of contingent facts makes the contingent facts that we see around us true, but that is not possible because there's nothing in such a series that would make anything true. Let me explain why. Let's take the analogy of mathematical theorems. Let's say that I discover a new mathematical theorem that nobody has ever seen or heard of before. I present it to an audience of mathematicians, and they're going to ask me, what is it that makes your theorem true? Prove it. I quickly pull out another theorem, even more amazing than the first one, and I say that the proof of the first theorem is this second one. They, of course, ask me for proof for the second theorem, after which I proceed to pull out a third theorem. They ask me for proof. I pull out a fourth theorem. They ask me for proof. I pull out another one. And then I say, don't waste your time. I have an infinite series of theorems. Every time you ask me to prove one theorem, I'll pull out an even more amazing theorem than the one that you just saw. Nobody will accept this because no theorem makes any other theorem true. In order for a theorem to be true, it needs to be proven true by resting on axioms. An axiom is a statement that does not need to be made true by anything else. From axioms, I infer theorems. From there, I can infer more theorems, and so on. Everything ultimately needs to return to axioms. In order for a proof to be adequate, it must rest on axioms. The same is the case with the example that we're considering in this presentation. If one contingent fact is made true by another one, then by another one, then by another one, then by another one, and so on ad infinitum, this is unacceptable. Because just as no theorem is made true by another theorem, no contingent fact is made true by any other contingent fact. In order for any contingent fact to be made true, it needs to rest on some necessary fact. A necessary fact is like an axiom in the case of mathematical theorems. An axiom, we saw, was something that is true, that does not need to be proven true. A necessary fact is a fact that does not need to be made true by anything else. Just as a mathematical theorem is only true if it rests on axioms, the contingent facts of the universe, which are in fact true, can only be true if they rest on a necessary fact. So if we look at this chain of contingent causation from the first contingent fact to the second contingent fact to the third to the fourth and so on until it ends at a necessary fact which must be there, if someone asks the question, what made any one of these contingent facts true? The answer, in reality, is not any other contingent fact. The answer, in reality, is that every contingent fact was actually made true by the necessary fact. To say that one contingent fact was made true by another contingent fact does not answer the question, what made it true? It simply delays the answer by passing the buck, by giving another fact to which the same question can be asked. A contingent fact can only be made true by a necessary fact. This is the most important point in this lesson. A contingent fact can only be made true by a necessary fact. Now, since all of the phenomena that were mentioned in the verse that we saw were all contingent phenomena, since we saw that the verses of the Quran, they highlight the fact that the facts of the universe are all contingent, and since contingent facts can only be made true by a necessary fact, the facts of the universe, they're all contingent, therefore they were all made true by a necessary fact, and that necessary fact is God. So when the Quran talks about the creation of the heavens and the earth, the succession of night and day, the ships that sail in the sea, the rain that God sends down from the sky and gives life therewith to the earth after its death, the animals of all kinds that He scatters through the earth, the wind and the clouds, when He talks about all of these things and says that in them are signs for those who reflect, then one of the things, this is not the only thing as we'll see in future presentations, one of the things that these phenomena they point us to is they point us to the existence of God by virtue of their contingency. Because they could have been otherwise, we know that they were made by someone who could not have been otherwise. The universe is evidence for the existence of God because it is contingent. And a contingent thing can only be the case if it was made true by a being that exists necessarily. A being that exists necessarily. This concept is not immediately obvious to someone who hears it for the first time. That's why we need to now ask the question, what is a being that exists necessarily? And we'll take up the answer to that question in the next installment in this series of presentations. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. In the previous lesson, we saw that the facts of the universe are all contingent. Contingent means that they could have been otherwise. And the fact that they could have been otherwise implies that they need something else to make them true. The night needs something else to make it be night. The day needs something else to make it be day. Rain needs something else to make it fall from the sky, and so on. Scientists recognize that everything in the universe is contingent, even when they don't explicitly say so. And that's why they seek to explain why the contingent facts of the universe are true. And they do that by pointing to other contingent facts. But the problem is that when you point to another contingent fact as an explanation of why the first contingent fact is true, you then need another contingent fact to explain that one, and then another one, and so on. Now, a scientist who keeps pursuing this line of inquiry and never talks about God gives the unstated impression that this explanation of contingent facts by other contingent facts can go on forever. But that is not possible because, as we saw, there is nothing in such a series that makes anything true. And saying that one contingent fact was made true by another contingent fact merely delays the question. What made the first one true? It doesn't answer it. Just as pointing to one mathematical theorem as proof for another one merely delays the question of what made the first theorem true. What we need to prove mathematical theorems are axioms, and what we need to make any contingent fact true is a necessary fact, or, in other words, a fact that does not need to be made true by anything else. The existence of contingent facts shows that there is something that exists necessarily, and that is God. Now, God is more than just a necessary being. He is, for example, omnipotent, meaning that he can do anything. He's omniscient, meaning that he knows everything. He is also alive, and he speaks to us through his messengers. Since God is more than just a necessary being, a number of contemporary philosophers object that proving the existence of a necessary being is not the same as proving the existence of God. To an extent, this objection is correct, and that's why in a future lesson and a number of other lessons, we will demonstrate through rational arguments that the necessary being whose existence we have just proven does indeed possess the qualities that God possesses. For now, however, we will assume that this necessary being will turn out to possess the qualities of God, and therefore we will just refer to the necessary being as God. But there's another reason as well why it makes sense to immediately call this necessary being God, and that is that the quality that distinguishes God from everything else is actually his necessary existence. Let me explain why. Now, let's take everything whose existence we can discern through our senses, namely the physical universe. The things in the physical universe have one or more of certain essential qualities. Things in the universe have a location. Things in the universe, if they are composed of matter, if we're talking about objects that have mass, then they have a size. Things in the physical universe, again, if they are objects that have mass, move. Things in the universe, physical universe, objects are composed of matter. Other parts of the physical universe may be composed of energy. The things in the physical universe change. They are one way, then they are another way, and there's a continuous change in everything in the universe. Things in the physical universe all exist in time. In order for there to be change, there needs to be time. Now, all of these qualities, these essential qualities of things in the physical universe, all of them are, they make the thing that possess them contingent. Something that is in a location could have been in another location. Something that has one size could have had another size. Something that is moving might have been still, or it might have moved faster than it happens to be moving. Something that is composed of matter might have been composed of a different kind of matter, a different kind of element. Something that changes one way could have changed another way. Something that happens to be the way that it is at one time could have been that way at another time. All of these essential qualities of things in the universe make the things in the physical universe, make them all contingent. Now, another way to say that something is contingent is to say that it is needy. And classical exegetes of the Quran, they explain verses that talk about the things of the universe being in need of God. They explain the things of the universe, their need of God. They explain this intrinsic need as contingency. They say that they are actually the same thing. So for something to be contingent is the same as for it to be needy. And that's the same as for it to be dependent. Contingency, neediness, dependence, all of these are talking about the same concept. Now, because the things of the universe are contingent, needy, dependent, they point towards the existence of something else that is not contingent but necessary. Just as another way of saying contingency is neediness, another way of saying necessity in the context in which we are using it now is self-sufficiency or independence. And again, verses in the Quran that talk about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that talk about God being self-sufficient and not needing anything else. The classical Quranic exegetes, they identify this lack of need, this self-sufficiency, they identify it with necessary existence. Now, in order for this being to be necessary, self-sufficient and independent, it cannot have any of the qualities, any of the essential qualities of the things in the universe that make them contingent. And that necessary being is, in fact, God. That's what we mean by God. When we say that God is the being who created the physical universe, what we mean in the context of the Quran is that God is the one who is needed by everything else and who himself needs nothing. God is the one who is needed by everything else and who himself needs nothing. This is in fact what we mean by necessary being. And this aspect of God's existence, the fact that he needs nothing and everything needs him, this is necessity, and this is actually what it means for God to be God. People once came to the Prophet Muhammad, God bless him and give him peace, and asked him to describe to them the thing that he worshipped. According to some transmissions, the questioners were idol worshippers whose idols were made of precious metals or precious stones or wood or some other substance in the universe, some other contingent substance. And so they asked the Prophet Muhammad, God bless him and give him peace, to tell them what his God was made of. When they asked this question, one of the most famous chapters of the Quran was revealed. This chapter is called Suratul Ikhlas, which means the Surah of Purification. And it's called the Surah of Purification, Ikhlas, because it purifies our conception of God from all aspects of contingency and brings out his complete and utter necessity. This surah, this chapter in other words, explains what it means for God to be a necessary being. Let's walk through it. The surah begins by saying, say. This is a command to the Prophet Muhammad, God bless him and give him peace. Later on, when in a future lesson, when we examine prophecies about the Prophet Muhammad, God bless him and give him peace, in previous scriptures, we'll see that one of those prophecies mentions that there will come somebody in whose mouth God will put his words. And verses such as this, and there are many verses in the Quran where the Prophet is commanded to say, there is somebody else who is telling him to say something, they indicate that words are being put in his mouth. The surah goes on to say that the great matter, it talks about some great matter. A little bit of Arabic for those who understand some Arabic. The word here is the word huwa, which is normally a pronoun. It means he, but classical Quranic exegetes, they explain that what's meant by huwa over here is a great matter. This is a common way in which the pronoun is used in the Quran and also in ancient Arabic poetry. So the verse answers the question that was posed to the Prophet, God bless him and give him peace, by saying that it is a great matter. God's existence is a tremendous fact. The existence of a being who needs nothing and who is needed by every single atom in the universe, this is a really tremendous fact. It says that the great matter is that God is utterly one. A little bit an Arabic digression. The word for one that is normally used in the Arabic language is wahid. The word that is used here is an unexpected word. It's a word ahad. Now, ahad is different from wahid. Wahid is one in the sense of something being one, in the sense that there can be two of that thing, or three, or four, or more. So wahid is a count noun. 1, 2, 3, 4. The word ahad has no 2, 3, 4. There's no 2, 3, 4 that comes after this word. And for this reason, the Quranic exegetes, they explain that what it means for God to be ahad is for him to be utterly one. One in the sense that for there to be more than one of that being that is God, the necessary being, is rationally impossible. It simply cannot be the case. His oneness is both external and internal. They say that it means that he is indivisible. He is one in the sense that he cannot be broken up into multiple parts or pieces or persons, as a Trinitarian belief might lead some people to believe, and he is also unmultipliable, as a polytheistic belief might lead some people to believe. Indivisible, unmultipliable, multiplicity in any way is impossible for God. Now, the Muslim theologians, in explaining these verses, they mention some philosophical arguments for why it is rationally impossible for a necessary being to be more than one. We won't go into those arguments at this stage. We'll consider two other arguments later on. One, an argument for God's oneness from design, and another one from His omnipotence. We'll hold off on that and we will return to this topic later on. But I want you to appreciate at a high level for now that anyone who has historically believed in the existence of more than one God, either explicitly as with polytheists, or almost explicitly, a little bit implicitly, such as Christians who believe in a Trinitarian unity, inevitably end up ascribing some kind of contingent quality to God. Keep that in your mind, and that's actually because it's not possible to believe in a God who is both a necessary being and multiple. And human experience throughout history is one kind of proof. Other proofs we will return to later on. The verse continues to say that God is the one who is besought by all, meaning that everything in the universe, everything in the physical universe needs God. That is why He is besought by it. And it says that even though everything needs Him, He Himself needs no one. This is actually what it means for the universe to be contingent and for God to be necessary. This verse is simply restating what we just saw when we said that God is the one who is needed by everything else and who Himself needs nothing. This is what the argument for the existence of God from the contingency of things in the universe shows. This is what it means for God to be a necessary being. This is what is meant by necessary being. The idea of a necessary being is encapsulated in this chapter among many, many other chapters and verses in the Quran, because the idea of necessary being is the first thing that comes to one's mind when one thinks about God in the context of the Quran. The surah continues and says that He did not beget, He did not have any children. Quranic exegetes, they explain that this is because whenever somebody has children, the children are the same kind of thing as the parent, but nothing participates in God's godhood. He is utterly one. It is impossible, rationally impossible, for there to be another kind of thing that is God. Nor was He begotten, the verse says, and that's because He doesn't need anything to bring Him into existence. If something is begotten, it means it needs the father and the mother to bring it into existence. God needs nothing, and He never began to exist. Anything that begins to exist is contingent, because it then needs something to bring it into existence. Things that begin to exist contingently. Something that exists necessarily cannot begin to exist, and there is absolutely no one like Him. This is how this chapter ends, and there's nothing like Him because everything else is contingent, whereas He is necessary. This chapter of the Quran, along with the explanation with which we began this presentation, answers the question that this presentation seeks to answer. The goal of this presentation is to answer the question, what exactly is a necessary being? Is it some abstract and philosophical concept? The answer is no. A necessary being is a being that is needed by everything in the physical universe, but which itself does not need anything in the physical universe. It's a being that is not part of the physical universe, because otherwise it would be contingent. It does not resemble anything in the physical universe, otherwise it would also be contingent, and it is utterly one. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wa sallallahu wa sallama ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. My goal in this series of presentations is to show why Islam is true. As I explained in the first presentation, my approach will be to take the statement Islam is true as a claim, and then to evaluate the evidence that supports this claim, as well as the evidence that may argue against this claim. In order to make this evaluation, I need to clearly define what I mean by the word Islam, and I explained in the first presentation that what I mean when I say Islam is true is that it is true that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. In order to evaluate this large claim, I need to break it up into a series of smaller claims, and the most important subclaim of this large claim is the claim that God exists. In the second presentation, I showed you why it is that God must exist, and we saw that the contingent universe requires a necessary being in order for it to exist. In the next presentation, I explained what I mean by necessary being, what the Quran means by necessary being, what the Prophet ﷺ meant by necessary being, and I showed that the concept of necessary existence is the most important concept that relates to the concept of God, and it is what distinguishes God from everything else that exists. Now, I promised that I would examine the evidence for the claim Islam is true, and also the evidence against that claim. So in this presentation, I'm going to respond to a materialist objection to the claim God exists. In particular, a materialist objection to the argument that I presented in the second presentation for the existence of God. Before I present that objection, let's recap the argument. In very simple terms, the argument goes like this. The universe exists, but it could have not existed. Therefore, God made it exist. It's night, but it could have been day. It's day, but it could have been night. Therefore, God made it night, and God made it day. Ships sail, but they could have sank. Therefore, God makes them sail. It is rainy, but it could have been sunny. Therefore, God is making it rain. Everything in the universe could have been other than the way that it is. Therefore, God made everything the way that it is. It's a very simple and, in fact, intuitive presentation of the argument for the existence of God. The objection that materialists raise against this argument is that this is an arbitrary solution. They say that therefore, God made everything the way that it is an arbitrary solution. And then they say, then who made God? Before we respond to this objection, which you will hear very frequently in contemporary debates around the existence of God, we need to understand what exactly it means, because this objection is often made and its meaning is not carefully analyzed, and until we carefully analyze its meaning, we cannot respond to it and explain why it is an invalid objection. This objection consists of two parts. The first part is the statement that is an arbitrary solution. The second part is the question, who made God? Let's start with the first part of this objection. That is an arbitrary solution. What exactly does this mean? Let's do a quick recap of the argument that I presented in the second presentation. In that presentation, I explained that everything in the universe is contingent. The fact that ships sail is contingent, the fact that rain falls is contingent, the fact that wind blows is contingent. Everything in the universe is contingent, meaning that it could have been other than the way that it is. Since it's contingent, it needs something else to make it true. What a scientist does is he explains one contingent fact in terms of another contingent fact. But that doesn't solve the problem, because the second contingent fact needs a third contingent fact to explain it, which will then need another contingent fact to explain it. We saw that I explained that this series of contingent explanation cannot continue forever, because no contingent fact really explains anything else, because it remains something that needs to be explained by something else. And the only way to explain the existence of the contingent things in the universe is to end the chain at a necessary fact, which I explained in the third presentation is what religious believers mean when they refer to the entity called God. So the materialist who is objecting to this argument is saying that that necessary fact is an arbitrary solution to the problem of contingency. What does he mean by arbitrary? What he means by arbitrary is that there is no reason why ending the chain at a necessary fact, in other words, God, is any better than ending it at a contingent fact. That is why the materialist will follow his objection with statements like this. He will say that, why do you want to end it at God? Why don't you just end the contingent chain at the universe? Or, better still, end it at the Big Bang. If you want to end it at something, why choose God rather than the universe or the Big Bang? In fact, ending it at the universe or the Big Bang is better than ending it at God, because God is something that is magical and unscientific. The existence of God can never be demonstrated through the scientific method, and so one should choose something in the universe, and that would be a better explanation of the contingent causation. If you have to stop somewhere, stop at something that you can easily touch, smell, grasp with your mind, something that has evidence for its existence, rather than something that has no evidence for its existence. That's how the objection goes. Now, if you've carefully followed the argument for God's existence, for the existence of a necessary being, and if you've carefully followed my explanation of the objection that is an arbitrary solution, you will quickly see that this objection completely misses the point. It misses the point because the whole point of the argument is that contingent facts cannot be made true by some other contingent fact. To say that all of the contingent facts are made true by the universe or the Big Bang is not a solution, because the universe and the Big Bang are both contingent facts and they need something else to make them true. When we say that God is the one who made all of the contingent facts in the universe true, God does not need to be made true by anything else. That's why he is a necessary fact. The existence of God is not a fairy tale that doesn't have any evidence behind it. The existence of God is a reasoned conclusion. God must exist. If you think, God must exist. If you skipped ahead to this presentation without watching the second presentation, in which I explained the argument for God's existence more thoroughly, go back right now and listen to that presentation before continuing ahead with this presentation. If you did listen to that presentation, then some of you will have grasped why the objection is an invalid, fallacious objection. Some of you, however, will still not have grasped this, because there is an underlying problem that exists in the minds of most of us today. That underlying problem is what I call the fallacy of materialism. The fallacy of materialism reasons like this. It reasons that everything that I observe is material. The sun is a material object. The moon is a material object. The table in front of me is a material object. Rain, stars, wind, everything that I touch and observe is a material object. Therefore, everything that exists must also be a material object. It's because of this fallacy that the objection that we are studying arises. Because of this fallacy, when we observe one contingent fact and then we go to another contingent fact and another contingent fact, reaching the conclusion that all of these contingent facts must have been made true by a necessary fact, because of this underlying fallacy in many of our minds, we consider the necessary fact, God in other words, to be a material object, because we think that everything that exists is a material object. The only difference between God and the other material objects in our minds when we have this fallacy embedded within us is that God is somehow more powerful than all of the other material objects. And since God is a material object, albeit more powerful, just like all other material objects, this is what leads us to ask the question, what made God? It is because of this fallacy that the objection that we are studying arises. Since somebody with this fallacy thinks that everything is material, there appears to be no difference between ending the chain at God or ending the chain at some other material object. But what the argument shows is that the fallacy of materialism is a hasty generalization. It's a hasty generalization because it's a generalization that is not only based on insufficient evidence, it's actually based on ignoring evidence to the contrary. We have evidence, the argument is evidence that God is not a material object. Based on evidence, we therefore know the existence of at least one non-material object, and that is the necessary fact for whose existence we have this argument. God is not a material object, and the fact that he is super powerful is not what makes him God. What makes him God is that he is a necessary fact, that he is not contingent, that he is not material. Matter is contingent. God cannot be material. This argument argues from the contingency of the physical universe. The physical universe is the total of all material objects. And when we look at the characteristics of the material objects in the physical universe, everything in the physical universe, all of these characteristics, location, size, motion, matter, or energy, change, time, all of these are contingent characteristics. They need to be made true by something other than themselves. So the physical universe, because it is composed of material objects, is contingent. To say that it's contingent is the same thing as to say that it's needy, which is the same thing as to say that it is dependent. And the physical universe therefore needs a necessary fact, and the necessary fact must be non-contingent. And it can only be non-contingent if it is non-material. The physical universe, from its contingency, from its neediness, from its dependence, points to the existence of a necessary fact that is necessary, which is the same as to say that it is self-sufficient, which is the same as to say that it is independent. And its being necessary, self-sufficient, and independent can only be the case if it does not possess any of the characteristics of material objects, because all of those characteristics are contingent. And that non-material, non-contingent being is what we mean when we say God. And so when we say that God is the solution to the problem of contingency, it is not an arbitrary solution. It is not an arbitrary solution at all. God is non-contingent, non-material, completely different than all of the other material things that we observe and touch. That is why the question, what made God, is an invalid question. We'll return to this question in just a little bit, because this was the second part of the objection with which we began this presentation. What's important at this point is to understand that the necessary fact, the non-contingent, non-material fact, the fact of God, is not an arbitrary solution. It is a reasoned conclusion. And the fallacy of materialism that might lead some of us to imagine that it is an arbitrary solution is a baseless, hasty generalization that flies in the face of evidence to the contrary. Let's return to where we began this presentation. We began with the conclusion from the contingency of the universe that God made everything the way that it is. The objection that this is an arbitrary solution, then who made God, we saw, was composed of two parts, and we've just seen that the first part is a baseless objection that does not advance any evidence against the claim that God exists. Now that we understand why the first part of the objection is baseless and fallacious, we can move on to see that the second part of the objection is also fallacious. The second part of the objection commits a logical fallacy that logicians call the fallacy of multiple questions, or in simpler terms, it's often called a loaded question. A loaded question is like the question, have you stopped beating your wife? This question presupposes another question, namely, were you beating your wife? If the answer to this previous question, were you beating your wife, is yes, then you can validly ask, have you stopped beating your wife? But if the question that is presupposed, were you beating your wife, the answer to that question is no, then the question, have you stopped beating your wife, is an invalid question. It cannot be posed because it's based on an unjustified assumption. If someone insists anyway and asks, have you stopped beating your wife, knowing that you have never beaten your wife, then the proper way to answer this question is to return it to the question that it hinges on, namely, were you beating your wife, and to say that I have never beaten my wife. I have never beaten my wife, and then to say that therefore your question is an invalid question. It's based on an unjustified assumption. Similarly, the question, who made God, is a loaded question. It presupposes another question, namely, does God need to be made? If God needs to be made, then one can validly ask, who made God? But if God does not need to be made, then the question, who made God, is an invalid question. If someone insists on asking anyway, who made God, knowing that God does not need to be made, remember that that's the whole argument that that the presentation in lesson 2 was dedicated to, and that I've explained several times in this lesson. The whole point of that argument is that God does not need to be made. God is a necessary fact. So the question, who made God, is an invalid question. If someone asks it, the proper way to answer it is to return it to the question that it presupposes, and to answer that question by denying emphatically that God does not need to be made, and your question, who made God, is therefore an invalid question. It's a loaded question that is based on an unjustified assumption. So the second part of the objection is also fallacious. Let's return once again to the beginning of our presentation, in which we saw that everything in the universe is contingent because it could have been otherwise. This is proof that God is the one who made everything the way that it is, because God is a necessary being who does not need to be made the way that he is by anyone else. The objection that this is an arbitrary solution, or the question that who made God, this objection is a fallacious objection. It's a baseless objection. It is not based on any evidence, and the argument for the existence of God still stands just as strong as it stood before this objection was made. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وهو حسبنا ونعم الوكيل.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. My goal in this series of presentations is to show why Islam is true. I'm doing this by taking the statement Islam is true as a claim, in which the word Islam refers to the large claim that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. I'm proceeding in this series of presentations by breaking this large claim into a series of subclaims, beginning with the most important subclaim, namely the claim that God exists. In the second presentation, I demonstrated that God exists, arguing that the contingency of the universe is evidence for the existence of a necessary being. In the next presentation, I explained that necessary existence is the most important distinguishing characteristic that sets the concept of God, that sets God himself apart from everything else. And I explained that what it means for God to be a necessary being is that he needs nothing and everything else needs him. I then proceeded to examine a materialist objection to the argument for God's existence, and I explained that objection and responded to it in the previous presentation. In this presentation, I'm going to consider another objection, an objection that is raised by scientists who imagine that science has disproved the existence of God. This objection runs like this. Someone proves that God exists, as I did in the previous 3 presentations, and the scientists object that people only believed in God in previous times because they couldn't explain the way that natural phenomena happened, and they therefore feared them. They feared the eclipse, the volcano, the earthquake, and they invented the concept of God so that they could pray to him to protect them from these natural phenomena. When science came along, it explained the true causes of these natural phenomena, thereby saving them from their ignorance and fear. 2 observations about this objection. The first is that it's what logicians call an ad hominem argument. An ad hominem argument is one that attacks the intelligence of one's opponent without engaging their argument. Theists actually have an argument for the existence of God. I explained one of these arguments in the previous 3 presentations. This objection does not object to the argument. It doesn't say anything about it. It therefore does not even constitute an objection to the argument. The second thing to note is that it is what logicians call a straw man argument. Not only does it not address the argument, it actually misrepresents the argument. It twists the argument into something foolish in order to make it an easy target for ridicule. Let me illustrate this straw man argument with the example of a solar eclipse. 4,000 years ago, the ancient Chinese, they believed that solar eclipses were caused by sun-eating dragons. There was a dragon somewhere up there that was hungry and it was trying to eat the sun. This, according to the straw man argument, is an example of a supernatural explanation. It's called a supernatural explanation because it explains a natural phenomenon, a solar eclipse in this example, without reference to natural processes. It just thinks up and invents an imaginary dragon. These supernatural explanations, according to the strawman argument, are based on fear. So the ancient Chinese, they were scared that they would lose the sun, and the sun is the source of life, the source of light, the source of warmth. And so they imagined that there was a dragon that was trying to eat up the sun, and then they beat their pots and drums in order to scare away the dragon so that their precious sun would remain unharmed and they would still gain their life, their warmth, and their light from the sun. And it seemed to work every time because they banged their pots and their drums and the dragon went away. Supernatural explanations are based on no evidence. They're not based on any evidence. The dragon is just imagined, and they therefore constitute not knowledge but ignorance. These supernatural explanations, according to those who present according to the straw man argument, is called superstition. Then modern science came along and it explained the phenomenon of the solar eclipse with reference to natural processes. A solar eclipse, we now know, is caused by the moon passing in between the sun and the earth, obscuring the sun from our view. This explanation is not a supernatural explanation, but a natural explanation because it refers to natural processes. This explanation is not based on fear, according to the strawman argument, but instead it's based on a curiosity to discover the truth. And it searches for evidence, so it's an evidence-based explanation. And this makes it not ignorance, but knowledge. And that is the difference between science and superstition. The ancient Chinese were not alone in their superstition. They believed that the sun was being eaten by hungry dragons. The Vietnamese believed that eclipses were not caused by hungry dragons, but by hungry frogs. In Hindu mythology, they believed that the eclipses, solar eclipses, were caused by a battle between the gods in which the head of an assassinated god, his decapitated head, chased the sun and the moon and tried to eat them up. And in the shamanistic religions of some of the Native Americans, it was believed that the spirits of the dead were trying to eat up the sun and the moon, and they would do these ritual dances and sing these ritual songs in order to stop them from eating up the sun and the moon, and they never did, and it appeared to work. This is what misinformed scientists mean when they object that people have historically believed in God not based on evidence, but because they feared natural phenomena, and then science saved them from their ignorance and their fear. As I just explained, this is an ad hominem attack on the intelligence of theists that simply ignores their arguments. It therefore does not constitute an objection at all. Not only is it an ad hominem argument, it also misrepresents the position of theists by making two claims that are false. It claims that people have historically believed in God without evidence, even though, in fact, as I will show shortly, they have historically believed in God based on evidence. And it claims that belief in God conflicts with science, even though, as I will now show, it actually coexists with science. Let's take the first claim, that people have believed in God without evidence. I've explained an argument for God's existence in detail in the second presentation, and then in even more detail in the two presentations that followed it. If you've watched those presentations, you have seen that the argument for God's existence is clear and compelling. But what you might not have realized is that the argument is also simple and straightforward, and actually doesn't need the detailed presentations that I gave. Because the argument is simple and straightforward, ordinary people, untrained in philosophy or theology, have used it throughout history. Muslim historians tell the story of a desert Bedouin who was asked how he came to know about the existence of God. He responded using an example from his desert surroundings. He said that footprints in the desert sand, in other words, indicate that someone walked, and camel droppings in the desert sand as well indicate that a camel passed. Shouldn't then the constellation-filled heaven and the valley-filled earth indicate that they were made by the all-wise and all-knowing Creator? This is a very simple and straightforward presentation of the argument that I explained in the second, third, and fourth presentations. It can be stated simply by saying that the universe is an effect. This is what theologians and philosophers mean when they say that the universe is contingent. The universe is an effect, and since it's an effect, it needs something other than it to make it be the case. So the universe is an effect that could only have been brought about by a being who doesn't need anything. By God, in other words, or in the terminology of theologians and philosophers, a necessary being. This simple and straightforward argument is the argument that the Quranic verses that I have cited are making. The Bedouin expressed the simple and straightforward argument using footprints and camel droppings. The Quran expresses it using other facts: the heavens and the earth, the night and the day, ships in the sea, rain, animals, winds, clouds. These are all great and numerous signs because they are all effects. They are all effects, contingent things, in other words, that could only have been brought about by God, or in other words, a necessary being who needs nothing but who is needed by everything else. The first claim, that people have believed in God without evidence, is therefore false. It misrepresents the arguments of theists in order to make them an easy target for refutation. The straw man argument also misrepresents their arguments by claiming that belief in God conflicts with science. This misrepresentation is based on the incorrect assumption that natural processes like solar eclipses can only be explained through one of two mutually exclusive ways. The first of these mutually exclusive ways is by reference to divine action. Scientists who construct this straw man argument derogatively refer to this kind of explanation as a supernatural explanation, and then negatively associate it with fairy tales of hungry dragons, frogs, divine beings whose heads have been cut off, and powerful spirits. The second way in which we can explain natural phenomena, this strawman argument goes, is with reference to natural processes. And so the second way in which we could explain the solar eclipse, for example, is with reference to the motion of the earth around the sun and the moon around the earth. Scientists positively call this kind of explanation, this evidence-based explanation, a natural explanation. Now, there are two things that are wrong with what I just presented. The first is that God is not a fairy tale, whereas hungry dragons, frogs, divine beings, and spirits that chase after the sun and try to eat it up are not based on any evidence at all. Belief in God is based on evidence. Explaining natural phenomena with respect to God's action is therefore not like explaining natural phenomena with respect to mythical creatures like the ones that we just mentioned. The second thing that's wrong with what I just presented is that the either-or dilemma between explaining natural phenomena with reference to divine action and between explaining them with respect to natural processes is a false dilemma, because natural phenomena can be explained with reference to both at the same time without there being any conflict whatsoever. For example, the verse from the Quran that I have cited frequently since the second presentation in this series, it describes God as being the one who sends down the rain. And it describes God as the one who brings forth vegetation from the earth after the rain falls. But it says that God brings forth the vegetation through the rain. This means that even though God is governing the universe and running everything, He establishes a relation between rain and the growth of vegetation. And this relation we can discern through empirical reasoning, and we can equally explain the sprouting forth of vegetation with reference to the rain or with reference to God. Similarly, God is the one who moves the winds and changes their direction, And God is the one who makes the clouds swirl, but because He runs the universe in a coherent and regular way, there is a relation between the changing of the winds and the swirling of the clouds, because of which we can equally say that it's the winds that swirl the clouds. Belief in God, therefore, does not conflict with science, because God governs the universe, He runs the universe in a scientifically coherent way, establishing relations between the various things that He creates, and we can infer these relations, we can see these relations through scientific reasoning. Another way to say this is that we can view natural phenomena from the perspective of the foreground that we see and the background that lies behind them. From the perspective of the foreground, we see natural processes in association with each other. From the perspective of the background, we see or infer divine action. Let's take the example of the water cycle. If we begin the cycle at the oceans, then the first step is that the water in the oceans begins to evaporate as a result of the heat of the sun. We can see this natural phenomenon from the perspective of the foreground, in which the evaporation is caused by the heat of the sun, or we can view it from the perspective of the background, in which the evaporation and the heat of the sun are both divine action. The next step is the water vapor rises. It rises because it's lighter than air, and the air comes down as a result of gravity, and the water vapor goes up. As it goes higher, the temperature drops and the water vapor condenses into clouds. We can view this phenomenon from the perspective of the gravity that pushes the air down and the water vapor up, and the dropping temperatures that result in the water vapor condensing into a cloud. Or we can view it as divine action, in which God creates the water vapor, God makes it rise, God creates the condensation, God creates the gravity, God creates the cold temperature. Winds then move the clouds through the atmosphere over land, and the winds generally move from the sea onto the land, because the water in the sea has a higher heat capacity, as a result of which the temperature of the air over the water is generally lower than the temperature of the air over land. This creates a difference in air pressure and causes the wind to move from the sea towards the land, pushing the clouds towards the land. We can view this natural phenomenon from the perspective of air pressure, or we can view it from the perspective of divine action. God is the one who created the winds, God is the one who created the difference in air pressure, God is the one who created the clouds and moved them. Then as the clouds get larger and larger, the water droplets, they fall down from the clouds as drizzle, rain, snow, or ice. We can view this from the perspective of gravity pulling down the drops of water or ice or snow into onto the land, or we can view everything as divine action in the background that is creating all of these phenomena in a regular way, in a scientifically coherent way, placing relations between them that we can understand through empirical reasoning. And so on down the water cycle until the water eventually comes back into the oceans. Since we can understand natural phenomena both in terms of natural processes and in terms of divine action, belief in God does not conflict with science. If we now return to the example with which I illustrated the straw man argument of scientists who don't believe in God, you will see that since belief in God is based on evidence, it is not the same as believing that solar eclipses are caused by hungry dragons. Nor is it based on ignorant fear, nor is it superstitious. That God exists is a fact that is corroborated by evidence. Now, since most of us associate the word supernatural with baseless fantasy, A more meaningful way to refer to the explanation of natural phenomena by reference to divine action is to call it a background explanation, as I just explained in the example of the water cycle, or the ultimate explanation of natural phenomena, rather than to call it a supernatural explanation. It should also be clear that atheist scientists who refute belief in God by refuting hungry dragons are refuting a straw man. They're refuting something that their opponent does not even advocate. Belief in God is not based on ignorant fear. Belief in God is based on evidence. And since there is no conflict between belief in God and science, instead of setting up an opposition between science and quote-unquote superstitious belief in God, it is more accurate to simply demand that all human beliefs, whether religious beliefs or scientific beliefs, be based on evidence. And instead of calling scientific explanations natural explanations in order to contrast them with conflicting supernatural ones, it is more accurate to call them foreground explanations or proximate explanations that are complemented by the background or ultimate explanation of natural phenomena by reference to divine action. We are now in a position to respond to the objection with which I began this presentation. It is not the case that people have believed in God because they feared natural phenomena. Rather, people have believed in God because there is clear evidence for His existence. It is also not the case that science has saved believers in God from their ignorance and fear, because there is no scientific reasoning that conflicts with the evidence for the existence of God. Although I've put this objection to rest, I'm sure that all of you have a question in your minds that requires a clarifying addendum to this presentation. That question probably looks something like this. Isn't it the case that ancient religious beliefs in hungry dragons, hungry frogs, assassinated gods, and powerful spirits have all been corrected in some way by science? And since these ancient beliefs are always justified through belief in God, shouldn't science give us reason to be suspicious of God? The answer is that we need to separate between belief in God and between belief in the religious doctrines of specific religions. The reason why certain religions believed in hungry dragons, hungry frogs, assassinated gods, and powerful spirits was that they were man-made. And because they were man-made, they elevated superstition to the level of religious doctrine. When modern science came along, it exposed the falsehoods of these superstitions. And by so doing, it exposed the falsehoods of man-made religions. So it exposed the falsehoods of religious doctrines that elevated superstition to the level of religious truth. However, it didn't expose the falsehood of belief in God, because belief in the existence of God, a necessary being who sustains the universe and brings it into being, is different than belief in man-made addendums to this, to the existence of this being whose existence we know by evidence. Islam is not a man-made religion. Once, during the end of the Prophet's career, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when his son died in infancy, the sun eclipsed. The ancient Arabs, they had a belief in the effect of celestial phenomena on human life, and in particular they believed that the sun only eclipsed because of the life or the death of some important person. This was not different from the belief of the ancient Chinese, who held that the emperor had dragon blood within him, and the events in the heavens, such as solar eclipses, were related to the life and death of the emperor or of the current ruling dynasty. The Prophet ﷺ, he rejected these beliefs, and he said that verily the sun and the moon neither eclipse because of someone's death nor because of their birth, but they are merely two of God's signs. They are God's signs because they are contingent phenomena that need someone to make them be. So he said, when you see them, then pray. We're going to talk about prayer in presentation number 13 when we'll talk about worshipping the one God. But for now, what I want to focus on is that the Prophet ﷺ could have elevated his own importance and the importance of his son by claiming that the eclipse of the sun showed the importance of the death of his son. But he didn't. He said that that's not the case. And this is because Islam is not a man-made religion. There are many other signs and indicators and proofs, in fact, that Islam is not a man-made religion, and that's what this entire series is about. But if we return now to the focus of this presentation, namely God and science, I want to tell you to stay tuned, because there will be several future presentations in which, God willing, I'll show that whereas modern science has exposed the falsehoods of man-made religions, it's actually corroborated the truth of Islam. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. In the second episode of this series of presentations on why Islam is true, I gave evidence for the claim that God exists. In the next three presentations, I reiterated this evidence and examined the evidence that is advanced by those who disagree with the claim. And I showed that the claim that God does exist is based on evidence, but the objections against it are not based on any evidence at all, and that they are in fact all fallacious and flawed arguments. I'd like you to recall from the second presentation that the evidence for God's existence in my presentations is taken from the Quran. I pointed you to about 20 verses that you could reference for yourselves and focused on the first verse in the Quran to cite this argument as evidence for God's existence. And that is the 164th verse of the second chapter. This verse points to a variety of phenomena in the universe as evidence or signs for God's existence. It points to the creation of the heavens and the earth, to the succession of the night and day, to the ships that sail the sea, to the rain that falls from the sky, to the plants that grow out of the earth following that rain, to the multitude of animals, to the change of the winds and the clouds, all of these things as great and numerous signs for the existence of God. What verses like this verse are saying is that the universe is evidence for God's existence. In the second presentation, I posed the question, why is the universe evidence for God's existence? And I then gave you the first reason why the universe is evidence for God's existence. That reason is that the universe is contingent. In this presentation, I will give you a second reason why verses such as this one cite the universe as evidence for God's existence. That second reason is that the universe began to exist. This second reason is actually mentioned right at the beginning of this verse, when it says that the creation of the heavens and the earth is one of the great signs for the existence of God. In the second presentation, I focused on the contingency of the universe as evidence for God's existence, and I promised that I would return at a later time to explain that the creation of the universe is another piece of evidence for God's existence. That time has now come. The focus of this presentation is the fact that the universe began to exist. Let's step back for a moment to recap why the universe, or to be more precise, the existence of the universe, is evidence for God's existence. The first reason is that the existence of the universe is contingent. If we take the universe as a whole, then we would say that the fact that the existence of the universe is contingent means that it exists, but that it could have not existed. That being the case, there must be something other than the universe that made it exist, and that leads us to ask the following question: what is that thing that made it exist rather than not exist? Using the line of reasoning that I have explained in detail in the last 4 presentations, we can quickly conclude that the thing that made it exist must be a necessary being, and that necessary being is what we are referring to as God. This argument for God's existence is called the argument for God's existence from contingency. As a side note, when I call this argument the argument from contingency, I am translating the Arabic terminology of the Muslim theologians who formalized this argument over 1,000 years ago and called it in Arabic Dalilul Imkan. I am not referring to the argument from contingency in the Western philosophical tradition, which has the same name but which is different in a number of important ways from the argument in the Muslim theological tradition. I will, God willing, explain these differences in a later presentation. The second reason why the universe is evidence for God's existence is that it began to exist. If the universe began to exist, or in other words, if it did not exist and then began to exist, this also leads us to ask the question, then what made it exist? But this question is slightly different than the question that I just asked a little while ago. Before, when I asked the question, then what made it exist? I was asking it because the contingency of the universe's existence demands that if it exists, something must have made it exist. Here, when I ask the same question, I'm asking it because the creation of the universe demands that something must have made it exist. I will explain this difference in greater detail again, God willing, in a future presentation. For now, just make mental note that the 2 questions are in fact different, and that the 2 arguments are also quite different. This second argument is called the argument for God's existence from creation, which is a rough translation of its Arabic name in the terminology of the Muslim theologians, Dalilul Huduth. I will also explain in a later presentation that the contingency of the universe's existence entails that it began to exist, and that the fact that it began to exist entails its contingency. The 2 arguments are closely interrelated. But although they are interrelated, the second argument that I am about to explain in this presentation is more compelling than the one that I have explained in previous presentations. And even the most skeptical and critical of skeptics, if he is honest with himself, will see with the utmost ease from this argument that God absolutely must exist. Why is that so? I'll explain that shortly. But first, I want to show you that the universe did, in fact, without any doubt, begin to exist. As I explained in my first presentation, my approach throughout this series of presentations will be to take statements related to the truth of Islam as claims, and then examine the evidence for those claims as well as the evidence against them. Here, the claim that I am examining is the title of this presentation. The universe began to exist. What is the evidence that this claim is true? There are 2 kinds of evidence for the truth of this claim. The first kind of evidence is scientific evidence. The second kind of evidence is what I will call, for lack of a better term, philosophical evidence. I will return to this second kind of evidence in the next presentation, where I will explain what contemporary philosophers call the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. The word Kalam, by the way, is the Arabic word for traditional Islamic theology. In this presentation, however, I will focus on the first kind of evidence for the fact that the universe began to exist, the scientific evidence. The scientific evidence for the fact that the universe began to exist is new evidence that has only been discovered during the last couple of decades. The evidence is overwhelming, and scientists consider it one of the revolutionary discoveries of modern science. The essence of that evidence can be grasped by anyone with a good high school education in science at a high level. I'm now going to explain that evidence at such a high level. The explanation will take some time, and you may need to take notes, listen to it more than once, and maybe even go back to review some of your previous science education. If you feel that it gets too long, and you think that you're perfectly happy to accept the beginning of the universe as scientific fact, then you can skip ahead to the last 5 minutes of this presentation, where I summarize the position of modern scientists and then explain why the beginning of the universe is such compelling evidence for the existence of God. Before the discovery of scientific evidence for the beginning of the universe, most scientists believed that the universe was infinite and fixed in size, or in other words, static. This belief was not grounded in any particular evidence, except perhaps in the fact that most of the stars that are visible to the naked eye appear to be fixed and regular in their movements across the night sky, which gives the impression of permanence and being static. They held on to this belief even though it led to several paradoxes. One of these paradoxes is called Olbers' paradox, named after the German astronomer Heinrich Wilhelm Olbers, who made it popular in 1823, arguing that if the universe had always existed, and if it was infinite in size, with an infinite number of stars scattered throughout its expanse, then, as we looked up at the night sky, in any direction, our line of sight should always intercept some star, whether those stars are close or whether they are far. And the night sky should not be dark as we observe it, but the close and distant stars should appear to line up as appears on the slide, and the night sky should not be dark as we observe it, but as bright as day. A couple of decades later, in 1862, several scientists popularized another paradox that was the opposite of Olbers' paradox, called the heat-death paradox. According to this paradox, the night sky should not be bright as day, but pitch dark without any stars at all. This paradox is based on the second law of thermodynamics. A very approximate statement of this law is that heat naturally dissipates, and that the temperature of things in the universe naturally or spontaneously cools down. If that's the case, then if the universe has existed for an infinite amount of time, then there has been enough time for all of the stars that we see in the sky to have burned out. And the universe should have reached its heat death, or in more scientific terms, its ultimate thermal equilibrium. The very fact that we look up at the night sky and see any stars at all is evidence that the universe has not existed forever. Another paradox with an infinite and static universe was formulated earlier at the end of the 17th century by Isaac Newton, who revolutionized our understanding of planetary motion with his law of universal gravitation. But although his law explained the puzzling and seemingly unpredictable movement of planets across the night sky, it led him to ask a simple question. If the universe has existed forever, then there has been enough time for all of the planets and stars in the universe to mutually attract each other by their forces of gravity and collapse into a single massive object. Why is it then that when we look up at the night sky, we see a multitude of objects that are still so far apart from each other? There's also another paradox with gravity. If the universe is infinite in size, with an infinite number of stars and planets scattered evenly throughout space, then every object should be pulled in every direction by the gravitational forces of the infinite number of objects everywhere in the universe, and these forces of gravity should then cancel each other out. This paradox is the opposite of the previous one. According to this paradox, gravity should not be a force that has any effect at all. The fact that gravity does result in the motion of the planets around the sun, as Newton explained, should therefore suggest that it is not infinite in size, or that it has not existed forever. Together, Olbers' paradox, the heat-death paradox, the paradox of gravitational collapse, and the paradox of gravitational cancellation should all suggest that the universe should be finite in size and that it should have a finite age. In 1929, American astronomer Edwin Hubble found evidence that proved all of these things, and for the first time in human history, proved something else. Not only was the universe not infinite in size, Not only was it not infinite in age, it was also not static. The universe was not eternally fixed in size, as virtually everyone, even religious believers such as Muslims, Christians, and Jews in the pre-scientific age had believed. The fact that even religious believers have historically believed in a static universe is significant because we will see very shortly that a non-static universe is compelling evidence for the existence of God. And the fact that it has been accepted as true even by atheists indicates that the scientific evidence for it is extremely strong. The universe was expanding according to Hubble. Hubble's discovery was based on an analysis of the spectra of light that were emitted from the galaxies in the night sky. Let's review some high school physics. We have known since Newton that when we shine white light through a prism, it disperses the light into the various colors that compose it, and we see a rainbow. We know through laboratory experiments done on Earth that if we shine the same light through a clear container containing some element such as hydrogen or helium and so on, then gaps appear in the rainbow. These gaps are called spectral lines or absorption lines, and they are distinctive for every element. The absorption lines of hydrogen are different from the absorption lines of helium, which are different from the spectral or absorption lines of every other element. Since we know the spectral or absorption lines of every element, we can disperse the light that we detect from the galaxies in the night sky and figure out the elements that they are made of. Hubble did this and discovered that the distinctive spectral lines of the elements that made up the galaxies are all shifted towards the red end of the light spectrum. This is what scientists call redshift. The reason for this redshift, Hubble proposed, is that the galaxies are all moving away from us. Whenever a wave is emitted from an object that is moving away from us, its wavelength increases. With sound waves, this means that the pitch of the sound will seem lower. With light waves, this means that the color of the light will change and move towards the red end of the spectrum, the right-hand side on the slide that you see here. The wavelength of light decreases across its spectrum as the color changes gradually from blue on the left to red on the right. Hubble went on to measure the redshifts of 46 galaxies and then compared their distance from us to the magnitude of their redshift. He found that the further away the galaxy, the greater the redshift. In other words, the further away the galaxy, the faster it is moving away from us. It looked like everything was exploding away from everything else in space. It looked like the entire universe was expanding. Hubble had observed the expansion of the universe. The expansion of the universe was a revolutionary discovery for scientists. It has resolved paradoxes such as the ones that I just explained, and it has given coherence to many other scientific observations, laws, and theories. But the most revolutionary aspect of the fact that the universe is expanding is that it proves conclusively that the universe began to exist. Let me explain why. If the universe is static, if it has a fixed size, then if you turn back the clock of time, if you go back further and further into the past, the universe will retain its same fixed size at every time in the past. Although this is not evidence that the universe has existed forever, it may appear to someone who does not think carefully about the matter that the universe probably existed forever. I'll explain in the next presentation why, if you think carefully about the matter, you will easily see that it must have had a beginning. But let's put that aside for now. If, on the other hand, the universe is expanding, then if you turn back the clock of time, if you go back further and further into the past, 1 billion years ago, 3 billion years ago, 7 billion years ago, 11 billion years ago, 13 billion years ago, the universe will get smaller and smaller. The reason why this is so significant is that the universe cannot continue to get smaller and smaller without end. At some point in the finite past, it needs to vanish into nothing. If you know the expansion rate of the universe, then you can calculate the time when it vanishes into nothing. This is the time when the universe began to exist. According to current scientific estimates, that time was just under 14 billion years ago. As an aside, we can make a similar inference from the second law of thermodynamics, except that instead of turning the clock of time backwards, you turn it forwards. The second law of thermodynamics entails that heat is dissipating with the passage of time, as I explained a little while ago, and that there is a maximum limit to that dissipation, as I also explained. The state at which that maximum limit is reached is called thermal equilibrium. If the universe has existed forever, then enough time has passed for that thermal equilibrium to be reached. And as we look up at the night sky, we shouldn't see any stars at all. In fact, we shouldn't even exist to be able to look up at the night sky, because the biological functioning of our bodies cannot take place in a state of thermal equilibrium. The universe, therefore, must have had a beginning. The general principle is that any irreversible increase in the universe, such as its expansion, entails that the clock of time cannot be moved backwards indefinitely, because given enough time in the backward direction, the irreversible increase must have had a beginning. Any irreversible decrease in the universe, on the other hand, such as the dissipation of heat, entails that the clock of time cannot have moved forwards indefinitely, because given enough time in the forward direction, the irreversible decrease must have an end. Each of these therefore entails that the universe cannot have existed forever. It must have had a beginning. Any irreversible natural increase or decrease entails that the universe cannot have existed forever. The expansion of the universe, however, is particularly compelling evidence for the beginning of the universe, because it directly entails that the actual stuff from which the universe is composed, matter, energy, space, and time, all began sometime in the past, just under 14 billion light years ago. Although credit for the discovery of the universe's expansion belongs to Edwin Hubble, it should have been discovered about 15 years earlier by Albert Einstein when he first formulated his general theory of relativity. The most straightforward solution to the equations that describe his theory is that the universe is expanding. The prevailing view among scientists at that time, however, was that the universe was static, and in order to make his new theory conform to this prevailing view, in order to prevent his equations from showing that the universe was expanding, he introduced a cosmological constant. When Hubble showed later that the universe was in fact expanding, scientists abandoned this cosmological constant and accepted the straightforward solution of the equations that demonstrated the expansion of the universe. Because he didn't accept the revolutionary discovery that was predicted by his own equations, Einstein later described the introduction of the cosmological constant as his biggest blunder. In recent times, the cosmological constant is making a comeback, but in a different context, not to show that the universe is static, but to show that it is expanding faster and faster with time. This is an extremely revolutionary discovery, and I will return to it in a later presentation. For now, what I want to show is that the general theory of relativity is additional evidence for the expansion of the universe, which in turn is conclusive evidence for the fact that the universe began to exist. Now, if the universe is expanding, then as we turn the clock of time backwards, it gets smaller. If you remember your gas laws from high school chemistry, then you will remember that squeezing particles into a smaller volume causes their temperature to increase. When the universe was smaller, the same amount of matter and energy were squeezed into a smaller volume, and they therefore had a higher temperature. The farther back you go in time, the smaller the universe, and consequently, the higher the temperature. At the event at which the universe began to exist, which scientists call the Big Bang, all the matter and energy in the universe were squeezed into a tiny point, and the temperature of the universe was therefore extremely, extremely high. Then, as the universe expanded, this cosmic temperature fell lower and lower to its current level. This background temperature of the universe comes from a background energy in the universe that is a remnant of the Big Bang, when the universe began to exist. This is why in the 1940s, scientist George Gamow and his students argued that if the Big Bang had in fact happened, then the energy from the Big Bang should now pervade the entire universe. The reason why this energy should pervade the entire universe is that according to the general theory of relativity, the universe does not just expand at its edges, but everywhere throughout itself. The universe is expanding by the expansion of space-time at every point in the universe, because of which every point in space is moving further and further away from every other point in space, somewhat like the expansion of the surface of a balloon as you blow it up. Gamow and his students predicted that the energy from the Big Bang should be detectable today as an all-pervasive blanket of microwaves that is not appearing to come from any particular source, no particular star, no particular galaxy anywhere in the universe. In 1965, two young employees of Bell Telephone Laboratories in New Jersey accidentally discovered this all-pervasive background microwave radiation. Scientists call this radiation the cosmic background microwave radiation, and it is widely considered as strong confirming evidence for the Big Bang. Scientists are now charting this background microwave radiation throughout the universe to get a better understanding of how the universe expanded into its present form. In addition to all of these discoveries, scientists have made discovery after discovery related to the composition, expansion, and evolution of the universe that repeatedly confirm that the universe originated at the Big Bang and has expanded ever since. It is now considered scientific fact that the universe is not infinite and not static, but that the universe is finite, that it is expanding, and that it began to exist. The most significant of these 3 points for us in this presentation is that the universe began to exist. At the beginning of this presentation, I explained that the existence of the universe is evidence for God's existence in 2 ways. The first is that it is contingent. The argument for God's existence from the contingency of the universe is called the argument from contingency. The second reason why the existence of the universe is evidence for God's existence is that the universe began to exist. And that's what I have been explaining in this presentation. The argument for God's existence from the fact that the universe began to exist is called the argument from creation. I said at the beginning of this presentation that this second argument, the argument for God's existence from the fact that the universe began to exist, is more compelling than the argument from contingency. And I promised that I would tell you at the end of this presentation why that is the case. The reason why the argument for the existence of God from the beginning of the universe is more compelling is that it puts divine action in the foreground. To understand what this means, I need you to recall what we learned in the previous presentation. In the previous presentation, I explained that belief in God coexists with science. It does not conflict with science and scientific explanations. And I illustrated that with the verse from the Quran that we have seen again and again from the second presentation in this series. In this verse, God describes the rain, the sending down of rain from the heavens, as divine action. And he also describes the sprouting forth of vegetation from the ground after the rain falls as divine action. Both are divine action, yet the rain has a role to play in bringing forth vegetation from the ground. Divine action coexists with scientific explanation. The verse also says that God is the one who changes the winds, and it's understood from the verse that God is the one who moves the clouds, Yet the verse also says that the changing of the winds has a role in swirling the clouds. I then explained the coexistence of divine action and scientific explanations with respect to the water cycle. And I showed that since God governs the universe in a scientifically coherent way, belief in God coexists with science and scientific explanations. What we need to do is we need to see any natural phenomenon from two perspectives. There is a foreground view and there is a background view. In the foreground view, the natural phenomenon is explained with reference to another natural phenomenon with respect to natural processes. This is the scientific explanation. In the background, since both the prior and the subsequent natural phenomena are contingent phenomena, each one is being brought about through divine action. Their contingency reveals the fact that they were made to be by a necessary being. But if the universe began to exist, then the beginning of the universe cannot be explained by reference to any other natural phenomenon, because there was nothing, there was no natural phenomenon before the beginning of the universe. The beginning of the universe was the beginning of natural phenomena. The beginning of the universe, therefore, puts divine action in the spotlight. There is only divine action. There is no scientific explanation. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين. وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. In the previous presentation, I began to explain why the claim that the universe began to exist is evidence for the existence of God. I explained that there are two kinds of evidence for the truth of this claim. The first is scientific evidence. The second is philosophical evidence. In the previous presentation, I explained the scientific evidence for the beginning of the universe. I first explained several paradoxes that arise from imagining that the universe does not have a beginning. And then I explained that scientists have resolved these paradoxes by abandoning the position that the universe does not have a beginning, based on evidence such as the redshift and the general theory of relativity, which indicate that the universe is expanding and therefore had a beginning, and which is confirmed by the observation of cosmic background microwave radiation, as well as by many other observations regarding the evolution, size, and the composition of the universe. That the universe has a finite age, or in other words, that it began to exist, is now accepted as scientific fact. In this presentation, I will focus on the second kind of evidence, the philosophical evidence. This evidence is now part of what contemporary philosophers call the Kalam cosmological argument for the existence of God. The word Kalam, remember, is the Arabic name for traditional Islamic theology. Contemporary philosophers formulate the Kalam cosmological argument like this: whatever begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. This is the beginning of the argument. The completion of the argument reasons from the conclusion of this argument to the existence of God. This is in fact how the Muslim theologian Ghazali formulated the argument about 1,000 years ago, and this formulation is taken almost verbatim from him. An important difference, however, is the use of the word cause. When Ghazali formulated this argument just under 1,000 years ago, he didn't use the expression cause, but the expression something that made it exist. The Arabic word for this is muhdith. The two expressions are different. Ghazali's expression is more general. A cause is something that is inert, lifeless, necessary. A cause is not a free agent. It does not have any volition. Fire, for example, is a cause of burning. This means that it is not a volitional agent that chooses to burn or not to burn. It simply burns. God, however, is not a necessary cause. God is a volitional agent with free will. I will show in a future presentation that the Kalam cosmological argument, as well as the argument from contingency that I presented earlier, all show that the universe was not brought into existence by some inert and lifeless cause. Rather, it was created by a volitional agent who freely chose to bring the universe into existence. God, in other words. Ghazali's expression, something that made it exist, is therefore a more accurate expression than cause, because it does not rush to the conclusion that the thing that made the universe is an inert cause. Instead, it suspends judgment on whether that thing is an inert and lifeless cause or whether it is a volitional agent with free will, concluding simply that the universe has something that made it exist. We'll therefore work with Ghazali's form of the argument. Now, the key premise in this argument is the second one, that the universe began to exist. Theologians and philosophers in the Western tradition have traditionally believed that the fact that the universe began to exist could not be proven by any rational argument. This is why, although Thomas Aquinas argued for God's existence from the contingency of the universe, he never formulated an argument from the fact that the universe began to exist. Like other Christian philosophers, all influenced by ancient philosophers such as Aristotle, Aquinas believed that the fact that the universe began to exist could only be discovered by faith in Scripture, not by any rational argument. In the Muslim theological and philosophical traditions, however, the argument from creation was even more popular than the argument from contingency. It was most famously formulated just under 1,000 years ago by Ghazali, and it is his formulation that is inspiring this presentation. But Ghazali was not the first to formulate the argument. He was preceded by dozens of other theologians, the most prominent of whom were his teacher Abdul Malik al-Juwayni, the renowned theologian and debater Abu Bakr al-Baqillani, and the founder of traditional Islamic theology Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari. It is not surprising at all that so many Muslim theologians presented this argument, because, just like the argument from contingency, it was first presented in the Quran itself. The verse that I have cited so frequently in my presentations, for example, cites at its very beginning that the creation of the heavens and the earth, the fact that they began to exist, in other words, is one of the great signs for the existence of God. And here are 20 other verses, a small sample of many, many others, that cite creation as evidence for God's existence and omnipotence. I'll leave you to look up these verses yourself. The arguments of the Muslim theologians and philosophers for the beginning of the universe were unknown to Western thinkers until the recent scientific discovery that the universe began to exist with the Big Bang. The discovery that the universe began to exist naturally led to discussions about the existence of God, and in 1979, Christian philosopher William Lane Craig published his book, The Kalam Cosmological Argument, drawing the Western world's attention to the rational arguments of the Muslim theologians for the beginning of the universe, and from there, for the existence of God. The argument has since been widely critiqued and defended by dozens of philosophers, scientists, and Christian theologians, earning a place for itself in the Western philosophical tradition as the Kalam cosmological argument. Kalam, remember, is the word for traditional Islamic theology. I will now explain this argument, beginning with this presentation and continuing on through the several presentations that come after this one. I present the argument as I think a Muslim theologian, such as Ghazali, might present it today. This presentation will differ in several ways from many Western presentations of the argument. These differences make the argument clearer, more to the point, and more complete than its modern versions. But before I begin, I want to emphasize that the fact that the universe began to exist is obvious and intuitive. Muslim theologians went to great lengths to refute the arguments of those who claimed that the universe had no beginning. If I simply present their arguments with all of their complexities without showing first that their claim doesn't even need an argument, you might mistakenly imagine that they were trying to prove something that is very difficult to prove. Ghazali himself noted this almost 1,000 years ago, prefacing one of his responses to an unreasonable opponent with the comment that, quote, "Going to great lengths to prove things that are clear obscures them instead of clarifying them." The reason why it is obvious that the universe began to exist is that everything that you or I experience in the universe has an age, which is another way of saying that it began to exist a finite period of time ago. Let's look, for example, at the Quranic verse that we have seen so many times in these presentations. It begins by mentioning the heavens and the earth, which, according to modern arguments, have a finite age. I showed the scientific reasoning for this in the previous presentation. It then mentions the night and day. Every night that we have experienced begins to exist at sunset and lasts until dawn. Every day that we have experienced begins to exist at dawn and then lasts until sunrise. Then it mentions the ships that sail the sea. Every ship that we've experienced began to exist when it was constructed. Every sailing passage that every ship has ever made across the sea began to exist when the ship left its dock and set sail towards its destination. Every wave in the sea that has ever splashed against the hull of any ship that has ever sailed began to exist. Every profit that humans have ever made from their trading voyages began to exist when they sold their goods for higher prices than they bought them for. Every drop of rain that has ever fallen from the sky began to exist when water vapor from the seas condensed into droplets of water. Every plant that has ever sprouted forth from the earth began to exist. Every animal that has ever existed began to exist when it was born. Every wind that blows began to exist. Every cloud that we have ever seen in the sky began to exist. Everything that we experience in the universe began to exist. If everything that we experience in the universe has an age and began to exist a finite period of time ago, then the universe as a whole too must have an age and must have begun to exist. The claim that the universe began to exist is straightforward, intuitive, and a simple generalization of our everyday experience. The claim that the universe did not begin to exist, that it has existed for an infinitely long period of time, whatever that means, is strange, counterintuitive, and contrary to everything that we experience. We have never seen anything existed forever, nor, as I will show shortly, will we ever see such a thing. It is perfectly reasonable to conclude that the universe has an age and began to exist, and it is stubbornly unreasonable to conclude that the universe does not have an age and never began to exist. But there is a problem. The problem is that there is always some atheist philosopher who will object that it is perfectly possible for the universe to have existed forever. If I simply dismiss such philosophers' claims as strange, counterintuitive, and unreasonable, which in fact they are, you might imagine that I am avoiding their arguments. To dispel that imagination, I will now proceed to show you why their arguments are flawed and incoherent. Some of the arguments that I will present in this presentation and the next one might get a bit complex. I want you to keep in mind throughout, however, that the reason for the complexity of my responses is not that it is difficult to show that the universe began to exist. Rather, the reason for their complexity is that the atheists who object to the claim that the universe began to exist often conceal the flaws of their arguments with complex concepts in order to give the misleading impression that this is a claim that is too complex for the average thinking person to evaluate on his own. In this presentation, I want to remove this misleading impression and show you that you can, in fact, evaluate the claim on your own and easily come to your own independent conclusion that this claim is absurd and false. The first step is for you to see that the claim the universe did not begin to exist, the atheist claim, is logically equivalent to two other claims. It is logically equivalent to the claim that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time. The reason why it is logically equivalent to this claim is that to claim that the universe did not begin to exist is to claim that if you go back in time from the present moment, there is no point in time that was not preceded by another point in time. And the quantity of time that has passed before the present moment is infinite. Or, to put it more clearly, it is endless. It has no end. And that is the same thing as saying that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time. This second claim, in turn, is logically equivalent to a third claim, namely, the claim that an infinite quantity of time has elapsed. The reason why the second claim is equivalent to this third claim is because to claim that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time is to claim that there is no beginning to the quantity of time in the backward direction, but that it has nevertheless reached the present moment. That is to say that an infinite or endless quantity of time has elapsed. That's the third claim. Now, since all of these claims are logically equivalent, if any one of them is false, then the other two must also be false. I will now take each one of these claims in turn and show you why they are false, beginning from the bottom with the last claim. You can see the falsehood and absurdity of this claim by reflecting on what exactly it means. The word infinite in the phrase an infinite quantity of time means endless. And the present perfect tense verb has elapsed means has come to an end. The statement an infinite quantity of time has elapsed therefore means an endless quantity of time has come to an end. This is a plain contradiction in terms because it is not possible for something that does not end to come to an end. The claim is self-contradictory. Since this claim is logically equivalent to the other two claims, its absurdity and falsehood entails the absurdity and falsehood of the other two claims as well. However, I will now proceed to consider each of the other two claims independently and show you why they are absurd and false on their own. I will begin with the second claim, that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time. This claim is absurd because an infinite quantity of anything is absurd. Grasping the absurdity of an infinite quantity of anything does not require any philosophical training. It can be grasped by a 5-year-old child. Consider the following scenario. Umar and Mary, two 5-year-olds, are arguing over who broke Auntie Zubaida's window. Auntie Zubaida is their neighbor. Mary shouts, "You broke it." Umar refuses, "Did not." Mary insists, "Did too." Umar responds, "Did not." Did too, did not, did too, did not, did too, did not. Now, Mary has heard from someone that infinity is the biggest number of all. Seeing that the sequence of accusations and denials between her and Umar will continue unresolved, 5-year-old Mary makes her move to silence Umar by screaming at the top of her voice, "Did to infinity." Umar, also aware that infinity is the biggest number of all, immediately demonstrates the absurdity of the concept of the biggest number of all by responding, "Did not infinity plus 1. 5-year-old Umar has just shown that an infinite quantity of anything is an absurd concept. Let me clarify Umar's argument. Umar has observed that if infinity is a quantity, how much something is in other words, then you can add 1 to it. Mary is using infinity as a quantity. She is saying did to an infinite number of times. Since she is using infinity as a quantity, Umar can add 1 to it. But this immediately invalidates the very concept of infinity. Remember that infinity in this context means endless, and quantity means the amount or how much something is. If an infinite or an endless amount of something is a quantity, then you can add 1 to it. But if you can add 1 to it, then it is no longer endless, because in order to add 1 to anything, in order to increase it by 1, in other words, it needs to have an end relative to which that increase can take place. If it has no end, it cannot be increased, because any increase always takes place relative to some end. If something can be increased, then it must have had an end before the increase and an other end after the increase. Umar's straightforward and intuitive observation demonstrates that you cannot have an infinite quantity of anything, because if something is a quantity, then it can be increased. And if it can be increased, then it has an end. And if it has an end, then it is not infinite. No quantity of anything can be infinite. And therefore, to return to our point of departure, it is not possible for the universe to have existed for an infinite quantity of time. Both the second and the third claims are absurd and false. I will now show you why the first claim is false. Consider any physical quantity. Let's take, for example, the number of orbits of any 2 planets around the Sun. Let's take Earth, which takes 1 Earth year to go around the Sun, and Mercury, which takes about a quarter of an Earth year to go around the Sun. After 1 Earth year, Earth will have completed 1 orbit around the Sun, and Mercury will have completed 4. After 2 years, Earth will have completed 2 orbits around the Sun, and Mercury 8. After 3 years, Earth will be at 3, Mercury at 12, and so on. At any given time, the number of orbits of Mercury will be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth. After 1 year, it will be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth. After 2 years, it will be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth. After 3 years, it will be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth, and so on. After any number of years, say n, it will be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth, or in other words, 4n. Now, if this first claim is true, if it is true that the universe has no beginning, then the number of orbits of Mercury is infinite. Remember that infinite means endless. And the number of orbits of Earth is also infinite. Remember again that infinite means endless. But we know that the number of orbits of Mercury is always greater than the number of orbits of Earth by a factor of 4. And the only way for the orbits of Mercury to be greater than the number of orbits of Earth by a factor of 4 is for the number of orbits of Earth to have a beginning and an end, and for the number of orbits of Mercury to have a beginning and an end, and for the number of orbits of Mercury to be 4 times the number of orbits of Earth. If the number of orbits of both are endless, infinite, then it is not possible to say that any one of them is greater than the other one. If the first claim here is therefore false. It is false because it entails that any 2 physical quantities that are increasing at different rates are the same after the passage of an infinite period of time. Even though at any given point in time, remember, if you take at any given point in time, you compare the number of orbits of Earth with the number of orbits of Mercury, at any given point in time, the quantity that is increasing faster is always greater than the quantity that is increasing more slowly. Let's recap what I have shown in this presentation. I began by saying that even though there is clear scientific evidence that the universe began to exist, the fact that the universe began to exist can also be demonstrated philosophically without recourse to the discoveries of modern science. I showed first that the claim that the universe began to exist is straightforward, intuitive, and a simple generalization of our everyday experience, and that the opposite claim that the universe did not begin to exist is strange, counterintuitive, and contrary to our everyday experience. I then formally demonstrated the absurdity of this opposite claim by showing that it is plainly absurd for an infinite, i.e. an endless quantity of time to elapse, i.e. end, because it is self-contradictory. Then by showing that any quantity can always be increased, which necessarily entails that it has an end and that it is not infinite. And finally, by showing that the fact that the universe did not begin to exist entails that 2 physical quantities that are increasing at different rates are equal, even though at every point in time they are actually different. Remember, at every point in time, the number of orbits of Mercury is 4 times the number of orbits of Earth. There are, in fact, many more arguments that illustrate the contradictions that are entailed by the claim that the universe did not begin to exist, both in the Muslim theological tradition and now, thanks to the work of philosophers such as William Lane Craig, also in the Western tradition. The idea, however, is very simple, straightforward, and intuitive to grasp. Anything that exists in the universe must be finite. To say otherwise is incoherent, self-contradictory, and entails a host of contradictions. There remains, however, one problem that I have not yet addressed, and that is the problem of the mathematical concept of infinity. I will, God willing, show in the next presentation that this mathematical concept is an imaginary concept that has no bearing on any of the arguments that I have presented here. In the process, I will also, God willing, show you additional philosophical arguments for the fact that the universe undoubtedly began to exist. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. In the last two presentations, I have explained why the claim that the universe began to exist is evidence for the existence of God. I have explained that there are two kinds of evidence for the fact that the universe began to exist: scientific evidence and philosophical evidence. I explained the scientific evidence in the sixth presentation of this series, in which I showed why the fact that the universe began to exist is now considered scientific fact. And I explained some of the philosophical evidence in the next presentation, in which I showed that the claim that the universe began to exist is straightforward, intuitive, and a simple generalization of our everyday experience, whereas the claim that the universe did not begin to exist is strange, counterintuitive, and contrary to our everyday experience. I then went further to show you three rational arguments that conclusively demonstrate the falsehood of this second claim, explaining that it is logically equivalent to two other claims, and that carefully reflecting on the meanings and implications of each of these claims demonstrates conclusively that they are all false, and that the universe therefore did in fact begin to exist. I then concluded the previous presentation by hinting at a modern objection to these arguments. This objection claims that modern mathematics has shown that infinities can in fact exist, and that therefore it is possible for the universe not to have a beginning by existing for an infinite quantity of time. I will show in this presentation that this is an invalid objection because infinity is an imaginary concept. A more precise way of saying that infinity is an imaginary concept is to say that mathematical infinities do not describe physical quantities. Let me explain what this means with an example. If someone says that 5 years of time have elapsed, they have said something that is coherent, because time is a physical quantity and 5 is a number that has been used since the invention of numbers to describe physical quantities. As I will explain shortly, 5 is a natural number, and the natural numbers were invented to count physical things. The number of eggs in a basket, the number of trees in a field, the number of stars in the sky, and so on. The statement 100 years of time have elapsed is also a coherent statement because, like the number 5, the number 100 is also a natural number that has historically been used to describe physical quantities. The natural numbers can be extended indefinitely. They can get larger and larger. There is no largest natural number. I will explain that in greater detail shortly. That is why when we use extremely large natural numbers today, beyond the imaginations of people who lived in the pre-modern age, numbers such as 14 billion in the statement 14 billion years of time have elapsed. Remember from the sixth presentation in this series that that is approximately how old scientists think the universe is. When we use extremely large natural numbers such as this, our statements remain coherent because even though they are large beyond the imaginations of people who lived in earlier times, numbers such as 14 billion are still natural numbers that can be validly used to describe physical quantities. But if we substitute the numbers 5, 100, and 14 billion with the mathematical concept of infinity, the statement is no longer a coherent statement because, as I will explain shortly, the concept of mathematical infinity is not a number that can be validly used to describe physical quantities. That is what I mean when I say that mathematical infinities do not describe physical quantities. And that is what I mean by the title of this presentation, when I say that infinity is an imaginary concept. In order to understand why infinity is an imaginary concept, or in other words, why mathematical infinities do not describe physical quantities, we need to understand what a physical quantity is, what a number is, and what mathematics is all about. This will take some time, and this presentation is therefore longer than other presentations in this series on why Islam is true. But I hope that if you listen to it carefully, it will clearly show you that the modern objection that I am considering in this presentation is completely baseless. If that modern objection is not something that you are very concerned about, you can simply skip this presentation and move on to the next presentation in this series. Let's begin with physical quantities. The term physical quantity is a technical term that Muslim theologians inherited from Aristotle, who listed it as one of his famous 10 categories. In the Arabic terminology of the Muslim theologians, it is called al-kam. Although the Muslim theologians inherited the general idea of physical quantities from Aristotle, like most modern philosophers and scientists, they found that his conception was flawed. They therefore corrected his conception to bring it into agreement with the way that things really are. I will now explain the way that the Muslim theologians explained the concept physical quantity, and then use that explanation to show you why mathematical infinities are not descriptions of physical quantities, and then use that to show you why the invention of mathematical infinities is completely unrelated to whether or not the universe began to exist. A physical quantity is a mental abstraction that describes how many or how much a physical object is. For example, you can ask how many eggs there are in this carton of eggs, and the answer to your question might be, for example, 12 or a dozen eggs. The number 12 or the unit dozen describe the quantity of eggs, how many eggs there are in other words. This kind of physical quantity is called a discrete quantity. In the Arabic terminology of the Muslim theologians, it is called al-kam al-munfasil. The second kind of physical quantity is a continuous quantity. While a discrete quantity describes how many distinct things there are in a collection of objects, like a carton of eggs, a continuous quantity describes how much one particular object is. How much paint, for example, there is in a can of paint. The can of paint might contain 5 liters of paint. 5 liters is a description of the quantity of paint in the can because it describes how much paint there is in the can. In the Arabic terminology of the Muslim theologians, a continuous quantity is called al-kam al-muttasil. The difference between discrete and continuous quantities is that discrete quantities arise from the hypothetical addition of multiple objects, whereas continuous quantities arise from the hypothetical division of a single object. The number of eggs in a carton is a discrete quantity because it arises from the addition of many distinct eggs. The amount of paint in a can is a continuous quantity because it arises from the division of a single can of paint into a number of hypothetical parts or liters. The Muslim theologians observed that the necessary characteristics of everything that is a physical quantity are that it be divisible, that it be composed of units, and that it be describable as being equal to, more than, or less than other quantities. The collection of 12 eggs that we examined is a quantity because it has all 3 of these characteristics. It is divisible. For example, you can divide the 12 eggs into 2 groups of eggs, a group of 5 and another group of 7 eggs. It is also composed of units. The 12 eggs are composed of 12 units, each unit corresponding to an individual egg. And it can be described as being equal to another collection of 12 eggs, more than a collection of 6 eggs, and less than a collection of 30 eggs. The collection of 12 eggs is therefore a physical quantity. The 5-liter can of paint that we examined is also a quantity because it too has all 3 of these distinctive marks. It is divisible. For example, you can divide it into two smaller cans of paint containing half its quantity. It is composed of 5 units called liters, and it can be described as being equal to a can of paint that has the same quantity of paint, more than a can of paint that has a smaller quantity, and less than a can of paint that has a larger quantity. The can of paint is therefore a physical quantity. I will now show you that the mathematical concept of infinity does not represent a physical quantity because it is not divisible, it is not composed of units, and it cannot be described as being equal to, more than, or less than another physical quantity. But before I do that, I need to give you a quick overview of the history of numbers and the history of mathematics. There are many different kinds of numbers. 0 is a number, 1 is a number, 1/2 is a number, the square root of 2 is a number, pi is a number, -3 is a number, and I, the imaginary unit of complex numbers, is also a number. Although today we consider all of these objects to be numbers, that has not always been the case. The first kinds of numbers to be invented were what we now call the natural numbers. Historically, the natural numbers began at 2 and continued on to 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on without ever reaching any upper limit. I will explain in a couple of moments that 1 and 0 were not considered natural numbers when numbers were first invented. The natural numbers were invented to count discrete quantities, how many objects there were in a given collection, 12 eggs, 6 trees, 100 stars, and so on. They are called natural numbers because they are the numbers that we naturally use to count numbers of objects. 12, 6, and 100 are natural numbers because we use them to count numbers of objects. But numbers such as the square root of 2, pi, and -3 are not natural numbers because we don't use them to count numbers of objects. You never walk into a supermarket and come out with pi apples, nor do you ever go to a car dealer to buy the square root of 2 cars, and it is impossible to buy -3 of anything because it is not possible to have less than nothing of anything. 0 is not a natural number because it is not used to count numbers of objects. If you don't have anything, then it is very unnatural to tell someone how many apples you have by saying that you have 0 apples. If you have apples, it is not the case that you don't have anything, 0 apples in other words. If you don't have anything, you don't say that you have 0 apples. Rather, you say that you don't have any apples at all. Even though mathematicians now consider 1 a natural number, historically it was not thought of as a number at all, because the first numbers, natural numbers in other words, described a quantity of things. A number of things, in other words. And if you only have one thing, you don't have a quantity of things. The number 1 does not describe any quantity. Rather, it is the unit element from which all discrete quantities are constituted. The counterparts of natural numbers, and probably the next kind of numbers to be invented, are fractions. I have shown that the natural numbers were invented to measure collections of discrete objects, or in other words, discrete quantities. Fractions, on the other hand, were invented to measure the hypothetical divisions of a single object, or in other words, continuous quantities. Consider a piece of wood that you want to saw into 2 equal parts. Before you begin, you will divide the pieces of wood in your mind and picture its 2 halves. The number 1/2 represents each of these 2 quantities that you envision in your mind before you begin sawing. These 2 quantities are the hypothetical parts of the piece of wood that you haven't yet sawed. They are hypothetical because they only exist in your mind while the original whole is still intact. After you saw the piece of wood into its 2 actual parts, the 2 actual parts become distinct and independent wholes and are not half of anything else. They are only 1/2 of the piece of wood when considered hypothetically in relation to the original whole that they came from. After they become actual, they are no longer half of anything. This is what we mean when we say that a continuous quantity is the hypothetical part of a single object. Fractions, such as 1/2, measure such continuous quantities. Other examples of fractions are 1/3, 1/4, 3/5, 7/8, and so on. Every one of these fractions measures a continuous quantity. We can combine the fractions and the natural numbers to form a collection of mixed numbers consisting of a whole or natural number part and a ratio or a fractional number part. Mathematicians call such numbers rational numbers. The word rational in the expression rational number does not mean logical or reasonable as it means in everyday speech. Rather, it means to do with ratios. Rational numbers are numbers that involve ratios. The collection of rational numbers that I have just described begins at 2. In modern mathematics, however, the rational numbers also include 1, 0, and negative numbers. I have just explained that none of these were considered numbers by ancient mathematicians. For ancient mathematicians, a number was only a number if it represented physical quantities, and none of these numbers represent physical quantities. For modern mathematicians, however, numbers are different kinds of objects. Understanding the difference between what ancient mathematicians thought numbers were and what modern mathematicians think numbers are is the key to understanding why infinity is an imaginary concept, or equivalently, why mathematical infinities do not represent physical quantities. The difference between ancient and modern mathematics is that modern mathematics is more abstract than ancient mathematics. The two most important mathematical inventions that led to this greater level of abstraction were algebra and the Cartesian plane. I will now show you what each of these are, why they increase the level of mathematical abstraction, and why they naturally lead to a change in the concept of number. Let's start with algebra. I have just explained that for ancient mathematicians, numbers represented physical quantities. Another way of saying this is that numbers were an abstract and general way of analyzing quantities or collections of objects. Consider this quantity or collection of apples, this quantity or collection of eggs, and this quantity or collection of trees. If you look at these collections at a low level, they are all different from each other because they are all collections of different kinds of objects. The first is a collection of apples, the second a collection of eggs, and the third a collection of trees. But if you step back and look at them in a more general way by abstracting away the particular objects that they are composed of and think of them simply as quantities of some object, any object at all, then they are the same. When these collections are considered in this abstract way, each one of them has the same quantity of objects. In this example, we express this identity of abstract quantity with the number 5. Other numbers, 6, 7, 8, and so on, similarly represent other abstract quantities. This is what I mean when I say that for ancient mathematicians, numbers were an abstract and general way of analyzing quantities of objects. With the invention of algebra, mathematics became more abstract. Instead of abstracting physical quantities, algebra abstracted the numbers that represented those physical quantities. For example, in the algebraic equation x plus y equals 100, the symbols x and y are abstractions of numbers because they represent any pair of numbers that add up to 100. They can represent 2 and 98, 3 and 97, 4 and 96, and so on. X and y are not numbers, they are abstractions of numbers. Algebra was invented to solve real problems. This equation, for example, might have been written to represent a scenario where a shepherd keeps 100 sheep in 2 pens. X represents the number of sheep in one pen, y represents the number of sheep in the other pen. The number of sheep in both pens must always add up to 100. If the shepherd counts 10 sheep in the first pen, then he knows that there must be 90 in the other pen, because 10 plus 90 equals 100. If he counts 25 sheep in the first pen, then he knows that there must be 75 in the other pen, because 25 plus 75 equals 100, and so on. Now, consider a scenario where he counts 99 sheep in the first pen. How many sheep are there in the second pen? If the purpose of numbers is merely to count quantities of objects, then this is an invalid question, because the second pen does not contain any quantity of sheep. It only contains one sheep, and one sheep is not a quantity. It cannot be an answer to the question how many, because how many can only be answered by a quantity, and to be a quantity there must be more than one of a thing. But if the purpose of numbers is to represent valid solutions to an algebraic problem such as this one, then our concept of numbers needs to be extended to include the number 1, because the number 1 is a valid solution to this scenario. Now consider a scenario where he counts 100 sheep in the first pen. There are now no sheep in the second pen. If the purpose of numbers is merely to count quantities of objects, then to ask how many sheep are there in the second pen is an invalid question, because nothing is not a quantity. But if the purpose of numbers is to represent valid solutions to an algebraic problem such as this one, then our concept of numbers needs to be extended even further to include the number 0, because the number 0 is a valid solution to this scenario. Let's review what just happened. Before algebra, numbers abstracted physical quantities of real objects. After algebra, algebraic symbols such as x and y abstracted numbers. The techniques of algebra were then applied to problems such as this one, the one that I have just described. This application led to an extension of the concept of number. Numbers went from being concepts that represented physical quantities to being concepts on which certain operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and so on, could be validly performed to arrive at a valid solution to some problem to which the techniques of algebra were applied. With the invention of algebra, mathematics became more abstract, and this led to a change in the concept of number. Grasping this difference between numbers in ancient mathematics and numbers in modern mathematics is the key to grasping why infinity is an imaginary concept and why mathematical infinities do not represent physical quantities. So make sure that you understand this well. We will return to this difference again and again in the rest of this presentation. The next important mathematical invention was the Cartesian plane, named after the 17th century French philosopher and mathematician René Descartes. Descartes used his plane to visually represent algebraic equations. The Cartesian plane consists of a horizontal axis called the x-axis and a vertical axis called the y-axis. Every point on the plane can be represented with a pair of coordinates that are determined by a point on the x-axis and a point on the y-axis. Any algebraic equation with an x value and a y value, such as the equation that we have just been studying, x plus y equals 100, can be visually represented on this plane like this. When x is 3, y is 97, and x plus y equals 100. When x is 50, y is also 50, and x plus y equals 100. When x is 70, y is 30, and x plus y equals 100, and so on. But I want you to note two things about this visual representation. First, note that the line that represents the equation extends to the left into the negative values of x, and it also extends into the right into the negative values of y. These are not valid scenarios in the real-world problem that the equation was written to solve. It is impossible for the shepherd to walk into any of his two pens and find that they contain less than 0 sheep. Extending the ancient natural numbers to include 1 and 0 makes sense in this case, but extending them to include negative numbers does not. The second thing that I want you to note is that the line is continuous, not discrete. That means that it doesn't just consist of whole number values of x and y, but also rational number values of x and y. When x is 12.5, y is 87.5, and x plus y equals 100. This is a valid solution to the algebraic equation, but it is not a very likely scenario in the real-world problem that the equation was written to solve. The shepherd will never walk into the first pen to find 12.5 sheep in it. If he did, he wouldn't worry about how many sheep there might be in the second pen. He would worry about the wolf that came and ate half of one of his sheep and wonder how many sheep the wolf might have eaten in the other pen. I have just illustrated how algebra and the Cartesian plane transformed mathematics. Ancient mathematics was closely tied to counting numbers of objects in the real world. Modern mathematics is more abstract. It steps away from objects in the real world and turns numbers into abstract mathematical objects of mathematical operations. The numbers, or the symbols, x and y, represent any abstract object that can be added, subtracted, multiplied, divided, exponentiated, or rooted. The resulting abstract mathematical objects can then be represented on the Cartesian plane, regardless of whether or not the values that they represent have any meaning in the real world. Modern mathematics generalizes these abstract mathematical objects so that algebraic equations have as wide a range of solutions as possible, all subject to a number of carefully defined mathematical rules. A modern mathematician is someone who studies different kinds of mathematical objects, different kinds of mathematical operations on those mathematical objects, and different kinds of mathematical rules that the objects and operations must conform to. All of these form different kinds of mathematical systems, and the mathematician then examines the behavior of these mathematical systems and the kinds of solutions that they generate. This study is highly abstract and completely separated from the real world. Ancient mathematics had a direct meaning in the real world. This is no longer the case with modern mathematics. All that matters in modern mathematics is the abstract internal coherence of mathematical systems. What used to be numbers for ancient mathematicians are mathematical objects for modern mathematicians. The mark of a valid mathematical object is not whether it represents a quantity of real-world objects, but whether it coherently fits into a mathematical system of objects, operations, and rules. For the sake of clarity, I will now stop referring to things like 0, 1, 1/2, the square root of 2, pi, -3, and I as numbers. Instead, I will call them mathematical objects. The term mathematical object, by the way, is not a term that I have invented in this presentation. It is a well-established technical term in the philosophy of mathematics, and it is, in fact, what a real mathematician would call all of these things. In order to explain as clearly as possible why infinity is an imaginary concept, or, in other words, why mathematical infinities do not represent physical quantities, I want to look briefly at the last kind of mathematical object that I have just mentioned, the imaginary unit I. Imaginary numbers come from algebraic equations such as x squared plus 1 equals 0, which have no solution on the Cartesian plane. If you represent the equation y equals x squared plus 1 on the Cartesian plane, you will see that the resulting curve or parabola never intersects the x-axis. This shows that there is no value of x for which y equals 0. X squared plus 1 never equals 0. The equation x squared plus 1 does not have any solution. You can see the fact that it does not have any solution even without the Cartesian plane. If x squared plus 1 equals 0, then x squared equals -1, and x equals the square root of -1. If you plug in -1 into your calculator and try to find its square root, you will get an invalid result. Your calculator is telling you that there is no such thing as the square root of -1, because the square root of any mathematical object b is a number A which, when multiplied by itself, gives B. If A is a positive object, then multiplying it by itself will give a positive answer. If, on the other hand, A is a negative mathematical object, then multiplying it by itself will also give a positive number. Since there is no such thing as a mathematical object that is neither positive nor negative, there are no other options to consider, and the square root of -1 does not produce any valid result. Because it is only valid to perform the mathematical operation of square root on a mathematical object that is a positive number. But in modern mathematics, whether or not a result is valid can be changed by changing the rules of the mathematical system in which the mathematical operation is taking place. The algebraic equation x squared plus 1 equals 0 does not have any valid result in the mathematical system that is represented by the Cartesian plane, but that can be changed by simply defining a new mathematical object, which, when it is squared, gives a value of -1, or, for that matter, -2, -3, -4, or minus anything. That is exactly what mathematicians have done. They have defined a new kind of mathematical object called an imaginary number. They have then redefined the square root operation so that it can, in fact, be performed over a negative number, generating a new kind of mathematical object. This new kind of mathematical object is an imaginary number that is neither negative nor positive and does not exist anywhere on the Cartesian plane. Because of the invention of this new kind of mathematical object, this equation now has a valid solution. That solution is I, which is the unit of imaginary numbers, just as 1 is the unit of the natural numbers. Now, even though it is impossible for there to be a negative number of real-world objects, and even more impossible for there to be an imaginary number of real-world objects, both negative and imaginary numbers are important for modern science. In ancient times, people used mathematics to count numbers of objects. Today, our inferences about the real world are more complex than simply counting numbers of objects. The techniques of modern mathematics and its new kinds of mathematical objects and operations are now used to make inferences about the velocity of a moving object, the voltage and current of an electric circuit, the pressure oscillation of a sound wave, the rotation of planets around the sun, the location of an electron around an atomic nucleus, and even the behavior of financial markets. These scientific inferences are simply not possible without extending mathematical and objects and operations to include negative numbers and complex numbers. We need negative numbers for such inferences because whether a number is negative or positive is used to represent the direction in which an object is moving, the direction in which an electrical current is flowing, the coordinate position of a rotating planet relative to the center of an imaginary two-dimensional Cartesian plane, the coordinate position of an electron relative to the center of an imaginary three-dimensional Cartesian plane, and rising or falling prices on the financial markets. We need complex numbers for such inferences because they are indispensable to simplify the analysis of sinusoidal functions in AC electric currents and to transform sound waves into a series of sinusoids using what is called a Fourier analysis. These methods simplify the analysis of such natural phenomena and facilitate the design of complex technology that allows us to take advantage of those phenomena and subject them to our purposes. These are all good things. Modern mathematics has extended the capabilities of ancient mathematics. Instead of merely being a tool for counting sheep, mathematics is now a tool for designing airplanes, communicating instantaneously with people around the world, finding cures for previously incurable diseases, and sending satellites into space. But that is not the context in which I am examining modern mathematics in this presentation. I am examining modern mathematics to show you that it is not valid for an atheist to object to the arguments that I explained in the previous presentation by saying that the arguments for the fact that it is not possible for the universe to not have begun to exist, that it is not possible for the universe to have existed for an infinite quantity of time, that it is not possible for an infinite quantity of time to elapse, it is not valid for an atheist to object that these arguments are incorrect simply because modern mathematics includes a mathematical object called infinity. The reason why this is not valid is that while it is true that the numbers of ancient mathematics represented physical quantities, that is no longer true about the mathematical objects of modern mathematics. Let me illustrate this first with negative numbers and complex numbers, and then later with mathematical infinities. It is meaningful for a scientist to use negative numbers to represent the speed of a car moving backwards. The minus sign in this case represents direction, but it is meaningless for a shepherd to say that there are -5 sheep in his pen, or for a timekeeper to say that -5 hours have elapsed, because the number of sheep in the pen and the amount of time that has elapsed are physical quantities. And even though negative numbers are valid and useful mathematical objects for many kinds of scientific inference, they cannot represent physical quantities. They cannot answer questions like how many or how much. It is meaningful for a scientist to use complex numbers to represent the alternating electric current or voltage that comes out of a power supply, but it is meaningless for a shepherd to say that he has e to the ix sheep, or for a timekeeper to say that e to the ix hours have elapsed, because the number of sheep in the pen and the amount of time that has elapsed are physical quantities. And even though complex numbers are valid and useful mathematical objects for many kinds of scientific inference, they cannot represent physical quantities. They cannot answer questions like how many or how much. We can see more clearly why negative numbers and complex numbers do not represent physical quantities by returning to the 3 necessary characteristics of every physical quantity that I explained at the beginning of this presentation. The first necessary characteristic is that it be divisible. -6 or 6i apples, whatever that might mean, is not a physical quantity because it is not divisible in the way that 6 apples, for example, are divisible. You might object that -6 and 6i are indeed divisible. They are both, for example, divisible by 3. -6 divided by 3 equals -2, and 6i divided by 3 equals 2i. But that is not what we mean when we say that physical quantities must be divisible. What we mean when we say that physical quantities must be divisible is that they must be physically divisible into 2 smaller physical quantities, or more than 2 smaller physical quantities. 6 apples, for example, are divisible into 3 smaller physical quantities of 2 apples each. This kind of division has the same name as the mathematical operation of division that we just saw applied to negative and complex numbers, but it has a different meaning. The mathematical operation of division used to have a similar meaning when it was used for natural numbers and fractions, which described physical quantities, but when the concept of numbers was extended to include negative and complex numbers, the meaning of the mathematical operation also changed. This is an important point to remember. When the objects of mathematical operations change, the meaning of those operations also changes. The second necessary characteristic of every physical quantity is that it be composed of units. -6 or 6i apples, whatever that might mean, is not a physical quantity because it is not composed of units in the same way that 6 apples, for example, are composed of units. Again, you might object that negative numbers and imaginary numbers are both composed of units. -6 is composed of the negative unit -1, 6 of them, and 6i is composed of the imaginary unit I, 6 of them. But again, that is not what we mean when we say that physical quantities must be composed of units. What we mean when we say that all physical quantities must be composed of units is that they must be physically composed of a kind of physical thing. 6 apples, for example, are composed of the physical unit of 1 apple. Negative numbers are indeed composed of the negative unit -1, and imaginary numbers are indeed composed of the imaginary unit I, but this mathematical composition does not mean the same thing as physical composition. Mathematical composition used to have the same meaning as physical composition when we only used natural numbers and fractions, which describe physical quantities. But when the concept of numbers was extended to include negative and complex numbers, the meaning of mathematical composition also changed. As I have just explained, when the objects of mathematical operations change, the meaning of those operations also changes. The third necessary characteristic of every physical quantity is that it be describable as being equal to, more than, and less than another physical quantity. -6 and 6i apples, whatever that might mean, is not a physical quantity because it is not describable as being equal to, more than, or less than some physical quantity, in the same way that 6 apples, for example, are equal to another quantity of 6 apples, more than another quantity of 2 apples, and less than another quantity of 10 apples. Again, you might object that -6 is equal to -6, more than -10, and less than -2, and 6i is equal to 6i, more than 2i, and less than 10i. But again, that is not what we mean when we say that all physical quantities must be describable as being equal to, more than, or less than another physical quantity. What we mean when we say that physical quantities must be describable by these things is that they must be describable as being physically equal to, physically more than, and physically less than another physical quantity. Negative and imaginary numbers can indeed be operated on by the mathematical operations of equality, greater than or less than, but these mathematical operations do not mean the same thing as the physical equality, physically greater quantity, or physically smaller quantity of physical things. They used to have the same meaning when we only used natural numbers and fractions, which described physical quantities, but when the concept of numbers was extended to include negative and complex numbers, the meaning of these mathematical operations changed. To say again what I have already said twice before, when the objects of mathematical operations change, the meaning of those operations also changes. I have now shown you in great detail that negative numbers and complex numbers are mathematical objects that are part of a modern mathematical system of inference that has many useful applications, but that they are a different kind of mathematical object than ancient numbers because they do not represent physical quantities. Now that you understand what a physical quantity is, what a number is, and what mathematics is all about, you are ready to understand why infinity is an imaginary concept, or, in other words, why mathematical infinities do not describe physical quantities. There are two kinds of infinities in modern mathematics, not just one, as most people imagine. The first kind of infinity is represented by a sideways figure 8. This is the more well-known kind of infinity and is used in the calculus. The second kind of infinity is less well-known, but as we shall see, it is more relevant to this presentation than the first one. This second kind of infinity is represented by the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, the Aleph, and is used in set theory. Let's look at each one in turn. The first kind of infinity, the sideways figure 8, appears in mathematical statements like this one. We read this statement by saying that the limit of 1 over x as x approaches infinity is 0. To see what this means, let's draw y equals 1 over x on the Cartesian plane. It looks like this. When x is 1, then y, or 1 over x, is 1. When x is 2, then y, or 1 over x, is 0.5. When x is 4, then y, or 1 over x, is 0.25, and so on. As x gets bigger and bigger, 1 over x gets closer and closer to 0. the larger x is, the closer 1 over x is to 0, and this is true without any limit. A modern mathematician would say that this limit statement means that 1 over x can be made as close to 0 as we like by making x sufficiently large. The infinity symbol in this statement, therefore, does not refer to any quantity of anything. It is not even a point on the x-axis. No matter how far you go on the x-axis, you will never reach a mathematical object called infinity. The infinity symbol, along with the arrow in this statement, simply describes the fact that x can always be made larger and larger. This is, in fact, true of every physical quantity. Every physical quantity can be made larger and larger. This follows from the 3 necessary characteristics of every physical quantity. If every physical quantity is composed of units, then you can always make it larger by adding another unit to it. Every physical quantity can always be made larger and larger. Recall from the previous presentation that this property of physical quantities, the fact that they can always be made larger, is one of the arguments for the fact that it is impossible for the universe to have existed for an infinite quantity of time. An infinite quantity of time is one that does not have an end or limit, but you can add 1 to something only if it has a limit. Since you can always add 1 to the quantity of time that has elapsed, it must have a limit. This was a quick explanation. For a fuller explanation, please watch the previous presentation. The infinity symbol in this statement is therefore describing a state of affairs that is an argument for the fact that it is impossible for an infinite quantity of time to elapse, and that the universe must therefore have had a beginning. This infinity symbol does not conflict with any of the arguments that I explained in the previous presentation. Rather, it confirms them. This kind of infinity is not really an infinity at all. It is merely saying that something that is finite can always be made larger. Philosophers call this kind of infinity a potential infinity. A potential infinity is not even a mathematical object, let alone a quantity. It does not exist on the x-axis. It cannot be the object of any mathematical operation, and it isn't part of any mathematical system. It is, as I have emphasized several times in this presentation, an imaginary concept. It does not stand for, it does not represent any physical quantity. It is merely saying that something that has a particular size can be made larger without end. As an aside, it is in this sense that we say that the pleasures of paradise and the horrors of the hellfire are infinite. In the Quran, God tells us that the people of paradise and the permanent inhabitants of hell will remain in paradise or hell forever without end. That means that the time for which they will remain inside paradise or hell will keep on increasing without any end. There will never be a time, in other words, that will not be followed by another moment of time. But at any given moment, the total quantity of time that will have elapsed since the beginning of everything, since the time that God created everything, that quantity of time will always be finite. The fact that mathematicians use this first kind of infinity, the sideways figure 8, then, is not an argument for the fact that the universe did not begin to exist. Quite the opposite. It is actually part of an argument for the fact that the universe did begin to exist. And it describes a property of finite quantities, that they can be made larger without end, not of infinite ones, which are impossible. I have explained why the first kind of infinity does not give an atheist any grounds for objecting to the arguments of the previous presentation. Let's now turn to the second kind of infinity. Unlike the first kind of infinity, which is a potential infinity, mathematicians consider the second kind of infinity to be an actual, a completed infinity. Just the kind of infinity that I have shown cannot exist in the statement, the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time, or the statement, an infinite quantity of time has elapsed in the universe. Mathematicians use the second kind of infinity in a discipline called the foundations of mathematics, and in order to understand why this second kind of infinity does not describe physical quantities, we need to understand what exactly the foundations of mathematics is all about. I want you to recall first that ancient mathematics used numbers that directly described physical quantities. Next, I want you to recall that modern mathematics is more abstract. Remember that algebra and the Cartesian plane extended the ancient concept of numbers to mathematical objects such as negative and complex numbers, which are more abstract than ancient numbers and don't therefore describe any physical quantity. The foundations of mathematics is a field of study that is even more abstract and far removed from the real world than modern mathematics. Remember that even though the mathematical objects of modern mathematical systems do not directly describe physical quantities, they are indispensable for scientists who make inferences about the real world. Modern mathematics, in other words, is widely used to make inferences about the real world. The goal and purpose of the foundations of mathematics is not to make any inference about the real world at all. The goal and purpose of the foundations of mathematics is to engage in a philosophical inquiry into the modern mathematics as a whole. The goal and purpose of the foundations of mathematics is to define what various kinds of mathematical objects exactly are, what various kinds of mathematical operations exactly are, what exactly the mathematical rules of various mathematical systems are, all so that we can study the kind of inferences that can be made by the mathematical system that we are studying. The foundations of mathematics is not a field of study that interests scientists. The foundations of mathematics is a field of study that interests philosophers and logicians who want to come to a very precise understanding of how mathematical systems work and therefore ask highly abstract and theoretical questions, sometimes for practical purposes and very often for no practical purpose at all, but for their own sake. I will therefore refer to those who study the foundations of mathematics not as mathematicians, but as philosophers of mathematics. I want you to observe that if the objects of modern mathematics, which are used to analyze the real world, if these objects do not describe physical quantities, then the objects of the foundations of mathematics, which are used by the philosophers of mathematics and not by scientists, and these philosophers, they ask questions unrelated to the real world, then the objects of the foundations of mathematics should, a fortiori, by greater right, not describe any physical quantity at all. If you like, you can stop listening to this presentation now, because you have understood why this object, this second kind of infinity, is an imaginary concept. You have understood why it does not describe any physical quantity at all. If you like, you can continue listening to this presentation so that the reason why this is the case becomes absolutely clear. Let's return to a deeper examination of this second kind of mathematical infinity and its role in the foundations of mathematics. Remember that philosophers of mathematics are interested in what exactly the mathematical objects, mathematical operations, and mathematical rules of mathematical systems are. In order to define these things exactly, they need a precise and expressive language. An important part of that language is what mathematicians call set theory. This second kind of mathematical infinity is part of the language of set theory. Set theory was invented in the late 19th century by a German philosopher of mathematics named Georg Cantor. Cantor built on the work of an earlier philosopher of mathematics named Richard Dedekind. Dedekind developed set theory as a creative solution to the difficult philosophical problem of defining the real numbers. The real numbers are composed of the rational numbers, which we've already learned about, plus the irrational numbers, which I will now explain. Remember that rational numbers are a combination of the natural numbers and the fractions, extended backwards into 1, 0, and the negative numbers. Rational numbers are not all of the numbers that we have. There are several important numbers that are called irrational numbers. The most famous irrational numbers are the square root of 2, Euler's number, or E, and pi. I will not show you why these numbers are irrational. If you don't already know, and if you are interested in finding out why, I will leave you to research it for yourselves. For the purposes of this presentation, you don't have to know why these numbers are irrational. You just have to know what it means for them to be irrational. What it means for these numbers to be irrational is that they cannot be expressed by any finite series of decimals. That is why the long decimal numbers that represent each of these three numbers have 3 dots at their end. No finite series of decimals can ever specify any of these numbers exactly. But you can keep on adding more and more decimals, and that will get you closer and closer to the real value of these numbers. Another way of saying this is that they cannot be expressed with ratios as we do with rational numbers. This is where the philosophical problem that Dedekind was trying to solve arises. If we cannot pinpoint the location of these numbers on the number line using ratios, then how do we pinpoint their location on the number line? Dedekind's answer was that although we cannot pinpoint the location of these numbers using a single ratio, we can pinpoint their location using an infinite number of ratios, like this. Let's take the square root of 2. The square root of 2 is here, at this point on the number line. We can pinpoint the location of this point by dividing the number line into 2 halves. The first half contains the collection or set of all the rational numbers that are less than the square root of 2. The second half contains the collection or set of all the rational numbers that are larger than the square root of 2. The square root of 2 is that number that divides the number line exactly into these 2 sets. What concerns us in this presentation is that pinpointing the square root of 2 on the number line requires both of these sets to be infinite, or in other words, unbounded in both directions. It is easy to see why each of these sets must be unbounded in the direction away from the square root of 2. For example, the first set must be unbounded to the left, because in order for it to pinpoint the square root of 2, it must cover every number that is less than the square root of 2. It must therefore include all numbers to the left of that point. One way to say this is that it includes the numbers all the way to minus infinity. Now, the infinity that I am using here is the first kind of infinity, the sideways figures 8. And I have just explained that this infinity is not a point on the number line at all. No matter how far back you go, you will never reach a number called minus infinity. And you can always go even further. So if you can't say that this set includes all numbers to minus infinity, then what exactly do you say? Dedekind did not give a definitive answer to this question. It was Cantor who answered this question, and it is in his answer that the second kind of infinity that we are examining here arises. I will return in a little while to explain his answer. For now, I will let the ambiguity stand. It is easy to see that the second set on the right must be unbounded to the right for the same reason that I have just explained with the first set. I'll leave that to you. I'll leave that for you to work out for yourself. The key point here is not the unboundedness of these 2 sets to the left or to the right. The key point here is their unboundedness in the direction of the square root of 2. Remember that the square root of 2 is an irrational number that cannot be expressed with a finite number of decimals. The decimals keep going on and on and on. Every extra decimal brings you closer to the exact value of the square root of 2, but you never quite get there. What this means is that you can approach the square root of 2 from the left with rational numbers that have a finite number of decimals that get closer and closer to the square root of 2 from below. And you can also approach the square root of 2 from the right with rational numbers that have a finite number of decimals that get closer and closer to the square root of 2 from above. Since the square root of 2 cannot be specified by a finite number of decimals, each of these 2 sets is unbounded, because you can keep on adding decimals such that the number on the left gets closer to the square root of 2 but is still less than it, and the number on the right also gets closer to the square root of 2, but is still greater than it. This continues without end. If you take each of these two unbounded sets as a whole, then you have divided the number line into two parts using an infinite number of rational numbers. And the point that lies exactly in the middle of this division, the point that divides the number line into two, is the square root of 2. Today, most philosophers of mathematics consider Dedekind's method to be revolutionary. In his honor, they call his method the Dedekind cut, because it defines irrational numbers by using them to cut the number line into two halves. Dedekind's method precisely defines irrational numbers such as the square root of 2. But that definition requires the use of infinite, unbounded sets. And this is why the second kind of infinity arises. This second kind of infinity arises in the foundations of mathematics because it gives philosophers of mathematics a neat and tidy way to define irrational numbers such as the square root of 2. Now, Dedekind's method is only a neat and tidy way of defining irrational numbers if there is a clear definition of what exactly an infinite set is. Remember that saying that an infinite set is one that continues to plus or minus infinity, the first kind of infinity that is not a clear definition because the first kind of infinity is not a point on the number line at all. If the concept of infinite sets is undefined and unclear, then Dedekind's method will not have given any clarity on the irrational numbers at all. It will only have replaced one ambiguous concept, the concept of irrational numbers, with another ambiguous concept, the concept of infinite sets. This is where Cantor comes into the picture. Cantor gave a precise mathematical definition of infinite sets and, in so doing, invented the second kind of mathematical infinity. But before I explain how Cantor defined infinite sets, I want to explain how he did not define infinite sets and why he did not define them that way. The most straightforward way to define any set or collection of elements is to construct that set by listing its elements. The set or collection of natural numbers from 1 to 5, for example, is the set that contains the elements 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We have constructed the set by listing its elements. Cantor did not use this method to define infinite sets. He did not construct infinite sets by listing their elements. The reason why he did not construct infinite sets by listing their elements is because he understood that this was impossible. It is impossible to construct an infinite set by listing its elements because if you start with a set that has one element and then keep adding elements, you will never reach an infinite set, no matter how long you keep on adding elements, and no matter how many elements at a time you add. If you continued for 1,000,000 years adding 1,000,000 elements per second, you would have an unimaginably large set, but that set would still be finite and bounded because you will always be able to add more to any quantity of elements or numbers that you have. And you can only add more to something if that something has an end, or in other words, if it is bounded and finite. This, in fact, is one of the arguments against the existence of an actual or completed infinite collection of anything. The argument is very simple. If there is an actual or completed infinite collection of anything, you must be able to construct it. But it is impossible to construct it because no matter how long you keep on adding elements, you will never reach your goal. I must at this point digress for a moment to show you why an atheist who believes the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time is completely irrational. The argument that I have just given is why scientists will never prove that anything in the universe is actually infinite. Science is based on human observation, and humans can only observe a finite quantity of things at a time, because the senses with which we capture those observations are finite, and the brain cells with which we store those observations are also finite. We can only observe a finite number of things at a time, and we can only think of a finite number of things at a time. No matter how long we live, the number of things that we will have observed and the number of things that we will have stored in our memories will never reach an actual or completed infinity. Now, I have explained in the 5th episode of this series that when atheists say that belief in God is like believing that a solar eclipse is caused by a dragon that is trying to eat the sun, I have explained that this is a straw man argument, because there is no evidence for the claim that the solar eclipse is caused by a dragon that is eating the sun, but there is, on the other hand, a great deal of evidence for the fact that God exists. If you have followed carefully what I have just said, and if you have also followed the arguments that I gave in the previous presentation, you will see that to claim that anything in the universe is actually infinite, or to claim that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time, is exactly like believing that solar eclipses are caused by a dragon that is trying to eat the sun, because there is absolutely no scientific or philosophical evidence that proves that this is true. In fact, to believe that anything in the universe is actually infinite, or to believe that the universe has existed for an infinite quantity of time, is even more preposterous. Because when the ancient Chinese believed that solar eclipses were caused by sun-eating dragons, they merely reached a conclusion based on insufficient evidence. But when today someone claims that anything in the universe is actually infinite, or that the universe has actually existed for an infinite quantity of time, they are reaching a conclusion in the face of evidence to the contrary. I have just given you an argument for why an actual or completed infinite quantity of anything is impossible, and in the previous presentation I gave you 3 other arguments as well. Atheists who hang on to the concept of an actual infinity in order to avoid the obvious conclusion from the fact that the universe began to exist, that God exists in other words, are not rational or intelligent at all. They are even less rational than the ancient Chinese who believed that solar eclipses are caused by sun-eating dragons, even less rational than the ancient Vietnamese who believed that they were caused by hungry frogs, even less rational than the ancient Hindus who believed that they were caused by the head of a decapitated god that was chasing the sun and moon to eat them up, and even less rational than the ancient shamans who believed that they were caused by hungry spirits that were trying to eat up the sun. Let me now return from this short digression to the main subject of this presentation. Cantor fully understood that it is impossible to construct an infinite set of anything by listing its elements, because it is impossible to construct an infinite collection of anything by listing its elements. Now, for some philosophers of mathematics, the fact that it is impossible to construct an infinite set in this way entails that the very concept of an infinite set is an incoherent concept. For such philosophers, there is no such thing as an infinite set, because we can never make one and show it to you. And even if we were to assume the impossible and suppose that someone did actually make an actual infinite set, we would never be able to verify that it is actually infinite, because, as I have just explained, we only have a finite number of brain cells and can therefore only actually bring to our mind things that are finite. Believing in infinite sets would then be just like believing that solar eclipses are caused by sun-eating dragons. According to these philosophers, infinite sets are just figments of our imagination. And this second kind of infinity is an incoherent concept. There is, in other words, no such thing as this second kind of infinity, and any mathematician who thinks so is simply wrong. I think that these philosophers are correct. Again, if you like, you can now stop listening to this presentation, because you have understood why this mathematical object, this second kind of infinity, is an imaginary concept that is not even coherent, let alone descriptive of any physical quantity. Or, if you like, you can keep listening so that the reason why that is the case becomes even more clear.
I believe that those philosophers who think that infinite sets are figments of our imaginations are correct. This is, in fact, what most philosophers have thought for most of human history. Today, however, infinite sets are part of the mathematical mainstream, and philosophers of mathematics who believe that they are imaginary are a minor voice in the professional philosophy of mathematics. If you are hesitant to accept my conclusion merely because it goes against the mainstream voice of professional philosophers of mathematics, then I urge you to be confident in your own ability to reason, and not merely accept conclusions because other people are saying them. Remember that the mainstream academic community was wrong when Copernicus argued that the Earth goes around the Sun. It was wrong when Michelson and Morley argued that light did not need any luminiferous ether to travel in. It was wrong when Einstein argued that time is not absolute. And it has, in fact, been wrong hundreds of times during the past few centuries. The issue at hand is not complicated. It does not require a PhD in mathematics to understand. Anyone with a good high school education can see it for themselves, and you can too. But in order to show you beyond any shadow of a doubt that this second kind of mathematical infinity is an imaginary concept that does not describe physical quantities, I will assume for the sake of argument that the current mainstream is correct. I will assume for the sake of argument that this second kind of mathematical infinity is not a figment of our imagination, but a mathematical object that fits coherently into modern mathematical systems. Now, the point that I want you to understand is this. I want you to understand that even if the professional mainstream is correct, even if this second kind of mathematical infinity is a coherent mathematical object, it is still an imaginary concept in the sense that it does not describe any physical quantity. And as a result, its existence in the minds of modern mathematicians is not an argument against the fact that the universe began to exist. All you need in order to see this is to reflect a little bit on what exactly modern mathematics is and what exactly it is that modern mathematicians do. When modern mathematicians define some concept, such as negative or imaginary numbers, or such as the second kind of infinity, they are not describing anything that exists, but simply imagining something in their minds. Let me explain that more clearly. Let's step away from mathematics for a moment and look at science. When scientists define something, they are describing something that exists. For example, when scientists define a human cell as the smallest structural and functional unit of an organism, typically microscopic and consisting of a cytoplasm and nucleus enclosed in a membrane, they are describing something whose existence they have observed. The concept that they are defining is not imaginary, but real. Scientists describe real things. But that is not what mathematicians are doing when they define something. When mathematicians define negative numbers, imaginary numbers, or infinite sets, they are not describing anything that exists. When they define negative numbers, imaginary numbers, or infinite sets, they are imagining certain concepts in their minds and placing those concepts in certain well-defined relations with other concepts in their minds. For example, when they define imaginary numbers, they are imagining the concept of the square root of -1 in their minds and placing it in certain relations with other non-imaginary numbers, using the mathematical operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, exponentiation, and so on. And when they define infinite sets, they are imagining the concept of an infinite set in their minds and then placing them in certain relations with respect to points on the number line. That is what Dedekind did with his cut. All of these are imaginary concepts. What I mean by this is that they are things that mathematicians have imagined in their minds, not descriptions of things that they have observed to exist. When mathematicians define these concepts, they are merely imagining them, not describing anything that is real. There's nothing wrong with imaginary concepts. Imaginary concepts can be useful. Negative and imaginary numbers are imaginary concepts, and as we have seen, they are very useful. As far as imagination is concerned, All of these concepts are, according to the professional mathematical mainstream, valid and coherent concepts. I am, for the sake of argument, granting this to them with respect to infinite sets. I am granting them that the concept of an infinite set is a valid and coherent concept. But what I want you to understand is that the fact that a mathematical concept is valid and coherent does not mean that it is real. To infer from the validity and coherence of something that I have imagined in my mind that it is also real, that it exists in the real world outside of the mind, to make that inference is to commit a logical fallacy called begging the question. For example, let's imagine the concepts of a pink elephant, a white unicorn, and a purple giraffe. Now, let's place these concepts into relations with each other, like this. We'll say that a pink elephant plus a white unicorn equals a purple giraffe. We'll say that a pink elephant plus a white unicorn minus a purple giraffe equals 0. That's pretty straightforward. You just move the purple giraffe on the right-hand side of the equal sign to the left-hand side, and you change its sign. You change it from a positive to a negative number. Simple algebra. And you can say that a pink elephant equals a purple giraffe minus a white unicorn. Also simple algebraic manipulation. Now, if these relations are defined with mathematical care, and that's not something that I've taken the time to do in this example, then they will be coherent relations, meaning, for example, that any operation on any mathematical object will always produce a mathematical object that is within the mathematical system. There are other criteria for coherence that I'm omitting here because what those criteria are is not relevant to the point that I'm making. But the fact that we have imagined these concepts and established a series of mathematical relations between them does not entail that any of them are real. The fact that we have imagined and defined these concepts does not entail that there really are such things as pink elephants, white unicorns, or purple giraffes. To see whether or not any of these imagined concepts are real, it is not sufficient to simply imagine them and define a coherent set of relations. To see whether or not any of these imagined concepts are real, we need evidence that they are real. If we assume that they are real merely because we have imagined them, then we are rushing to the conclusion without evidence. We are imagining that merely imagining them proves that they are real. We are, a logician would say, begging the question by sneaking the conclusion into the premises instead of giving evidence for its truth. Now, we can legitimately imagine the concept of imaginary numbers, but we cannot legitimately infer from the fact that we have imagined them that they are real. To see whether or not imaginary numbers are real, we need evidence. We need observation and reasoning. If we look around us, we don't see imaginary numbers walking on the street. We don't see them flying in the sky. We don't see them growing out of the ground. There is no such thing as an imaginary number in the real world. An imaginary number is an imaginary concept. It is an imaginary concept that is useful, as I have just explained, but it remains an imaginary concept. To assume that it is real merely because we can imagine it begs the question. In the same way, we may be able to legitimately imagine the concept of infinite sets. And these concepts may be tremendously useful for philosophers of mathematics, but we cannot legitimately infer from the fact that we have imagined them that they are real. We cannot infer from the fact that we can imagine an infinite set that it is real, because that would be begging the question. If, for example, we infer from the fact that we can imagine an infinite set that it is possible for an infinite collection, an infinite quantity of time to elapse, that would be begging the question. Because to see whether an infinite collection of time is real, it is not enough for us to simply imagine it. We need evidence. We need observation and reasoning. That observation and reasoning is what I did just a little while ago, and that is what I did in the previous presentation. I have just shown you that it is impossible to observe an infinite quantity of anything, and in the previous presentation I gave you 3 arguments for why it is not possible for an infinite quantity of time to elapse. The fact that a mathematician or anyone else has imagined an infinite collection of time merely means that it is an imaginary concept. When we subject that imagination to the tests of observation and reasoning, we clearly see that it is not real, that it does not and cannot exist in the real world. An infinite set is an imaginary concept. An infinite set does not describe a real physical quantity of anything. When a mathematician defines a concept, he or she is imagining it, not describing anything that is real. Once again, if you like, you can now stop listening to this presentation because you have understood why this mathematical object, this second kind of infinity, is an imaginary concept that does not describe any physical quantity. Or, if you like, you can keep on listening so that the reason why that is the case becomes even more clear. I will now describe how Cantor defined infinite sets. I will show you that if you understand Cantor's definition, you will see that it is not describing any physical quantity but something completely different. Along the way, I will also give you another proof for the impossibility of any actual or completed infinity. I want you to remember that Cantor fully understood that it is impossible to define an infinite set by constructing it from its elements. That is why he did not define infinite sets by constructing them, but by using a technique that philosophers of mathematics call one-to-one correspondence. Let me explain the meaning of one-to-one correspondence by showing you how Cantor used it. Cantor observed that the set of natural numbers can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with the set of square numbers. That means that every element in the set of natural numbers can be uniquely mapped to an element in the set of square numbers like this. 0 can be mapped to 0, 0 squared. 1 can be mapped to 1, 1 squared. 2 can be mapped to 4, 2 squared. 3 can be mapped to 9, 3 squared. 4 can be mapped to 16, 4 squared, and so on, without end. Every natural number, in other words, can be mapped to the square of itself. Cantor then assumed that each of these sets is actually unbounded, that it is actually infinite. I want you to observe here that Cantor simply assumed this. He did not prove it. I will return to the significance of this shortly. Cantor thought that if his assumption is true, that each of these sets is actually infinite, then the two infinite sets will have the same size. They will have the same size because every time you pull out a natural number, you can also pull out its corresponding square. Now, if you look at these two sets from another perspective, you will see something that is very strange. The set of square numbers is, in fact, a subset of the set of natural numbers. Another way of saying this is that the set of square numbers is a part of the set of natural numbers. If you list the natural numbers, the square numbers are some of the natural numbers. As you go from one square number to the next, the number of natural numbers in between consecutive square numbers gets larger and larger. If you list the natural numbers from 0 to any number, no matter how large, the size of the set of natural numbers in that interval will always be larger than the size of the set of square numbers in that interval. So do the two sets have the same size, as Cantor saw from the perspective of their one-to-one correspondence, or is one smaller than the other, as it appears from this perspective? Hundreds of years ago, Muslim theologians saw that these conflicting perspectives are evidence for the impossibility of an actual infinite. Here is an overview of their argument. They started by taking the existence of an actually infinite collection of anything as a hypothesis to be tested, rather than an unproven assumption, as Cantor did. They tested the hypothesis by assuming its truth and then observing that the assumption of its truth leads to a contradiction. Whenever assuming the truth of a hypothesis entails a contradiction, then we know that the hypothesis is not true as originally assumed, but false. Logicians call this kind of argument a reductio ad absurdum argument, or in simple English, a proof by contradiction. Let me now explain their argument in detail. Let's assume that a certain collection, say the collection of years that has passed from now into the past, let's assume that this collection is actually infinite. This leads to a contradiction. The contradiction is that if you create a subset of this infinite collection by starting not from now, but from some time in the past, let's say the time of the American Revolution, for example, then you can plainly see that this subset is smaller than the original set because it has fewer years in it. Fewer by the number of years that have passed from the time of the American Revolution to the present moment. But on the other hand, if you look at the two sets separately and set up a one-to-one correspondence between them, then every year in the original collection can be uniquely associated with a year in its subset, without end. This entails that the two sets have the same size. But this is a contradiction. The first analysis shows that the subset is smaller than the original collection. The second analysis shows that it has the same size. And it is a contradiction for the subset to be both smaller than the original collection, or in other words, to not have the same size as the original collection, and for it to have the same size as the original collection. A simple way of saying this is that if we assume that the past is unbounded, then the everyday passage of time that we experience entails that the total amount of time that has ever elapsed is increasing. Whereas, if we set up a one-to-one correspondence between any sub-collection of previous time with the total quantity of time that has elapsed, then that entails that the total quantity of time that has elapsed is unchanging. Assuming that the collection of years into the past has no beginning, that it is unbounded, actually infinite, then leads to a contradiction. Therefore, that assumption is false. The collection of years into the past is not unbounded and infinite, but bounded and finite. Muslim theologians called this argument Burhan al-Tatbiq, which means the proof for the impossibility of an actual infinite by one-to-one correspondence. And they have cited one-to-one correspondence as evidence for the impossibility of an actual infinity of any collection for hundreds of years. Cantor, however, ignored this contradiction. Not only did he ignore it, he embraced it by making the contradiction his defining characteristic of infinite sets. He defined an infinite set as one that can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with its subset, which he interpreted to mean that the superset and the subset have the same size. Once again, you can, if you like, stop listening to this presentation because you understand that the very technique that Cantor used to define infinite sets is evidence for their impossibility, and mathematical infinities that result from those infinite sets are therefore imaginary concepts, mathematical mistakes that don't describe any physical quantity. Or, if you like, you can keep on listening so that the reason why that is the case becomes even more clear. Let's return again to an examination of how Cantor described infinite sets and what he meant by this second kind of infinity. In order to understand what Cantor meant, we need to understand at a high level three philosophical proofs that made him famous in the professional mathematical community. In his first proof, Cantor argued that it is possible to set up a one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers, mathematicians represent the set of natural numbers with this fancy n, and the rational numbers, mathematicians represent the set of rational numbers with this fancy q. Remember that the rational numbers are a mix of the positive and negative integers and the fractions. Now, this is quite surprising. The fact that you can set up a one-to-one correspondence between these two sets is quite surprising because at first glance there seem to be many more rational numbers than natural numbers. But Cantor came up with a clever method for setting up his one-to-one correspondence. To make his method easier to understand, I will restrict myself to the positive rational numbers. Cantor carefully organized the rational numbers into a square with unbounded length and width like this. The first row of this square has all of the whole numbers, all of the rational numbers, in other words, that arise from a division by the number 1, which doesn't do anything at all to the number. The second row has all of the rational numbers that arise from a division by 2. The third row has all of the rational numbers that arise from a division by 3. The fourth has all of the rational numbers that arise from a division by 4, and so on. You can locate any rational number on the intersection of some row and column of this square. Cantor then traversed this square along its diagonals like this, labeling each location with a natural number. Now, you can arrive at any rational number if you continue for long enough along this diagonal path. And that is the same as saying that you have set up a one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the rational numbers. Philosophers of mathematics call this kind of an argument a diagonalization argument. In his second philosophical proof, Cantor argued that it is impossible to set up any one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the real numbers. Mathematicians represent the set of real numbers with this fancy R. Remember that there are some numbers called irrational numbers that cannot be represented by a ratio of any natural numbers. These numbers include the square root of 2, pi, and Euler's number e. Remember also that Dedekind used infinite sets to define these irrational numbers using his Dedekind cut. Now, real numbers are those numbers that combine the set of the rational numbers with the set of the irrational numbers. In this second argument, Cantor used a proof by contradiction, which I will not explain in this presentation, to show that it is impossible to set up any one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the real numbers. Now, if you can set up a one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the rational numbers, as Cantor showed in his first proof, but you cannot set up a one-to-one correspondence between the natural numbers and the real numbers, as he showed in his second proof, then what exactly does that mean? To Cantor, it meant that the infinite set of the natural numbers and the infinite set of the rational numbers have the same size. These vertical lines are mathematical notation for an operation on sets that defines or that gives you the size of the set. So for Cantor, it meant that the natural numbers and the rational numbers, the set of natural numbers and the set of rational numbers have the same size, but the infinite set of the real numbers, the size of the infinite set of the real numbers is larger than the size of the infinite set of the natural numbers or the infinite set of the rational numbers. Cantor called the size of the natural numbers and the rational numbers aleph naught. Aleph is over here is the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, and he called the size of the set of real numbers aleph 1. Then he said that the size of aleph 0 is less than the size of aleph 1, which is another way of saying that the set of real numbers is larger than the set of the natural numbers, and both of these are infinite sets. The third proof that made Cantor famous is his proof that there are infinite sets that cannot be placed into a one-to-one correspondence with the set of real numbers, other infinite sets that cannot be placed into one-to-one correspondence with these sets, and so on. To Cantor, this meant that there are infinite sets that are larger than the set of real numbers. So if the size of the infinite set of the real numbers is aleph 1, as we just saw, then the size of the class of infinite sets that are larger than this is aleph 2, and the size of the class of infinite sets that is Larger than that is alif 3, and so on. Cantor considered alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, alif 3, alif 4, and so on to be a new kind of number. Each of these numbers describes the size of a kind of infinite set. Cantor called these numbers transfinite numbers. These transfinite numbers are what Cantor meant by this second kind of mathematical infinity. Now that you understand the meaning of the second kind of mathematical infinity, I will show you that just as negative and complex numbers do not describe any physical quantity, these kinds of mathematical infinities or transfinite numbers, assuming that they are valid mathematical concepts, also do not describe any physical quantity. Let's return to the three necessary characteristics of every physical quantity that I explained at the beginning of this presentation and see whether or not they apply to these new mathematical infinities. The first necessary characteristic of every physical quantity is that it be divisible. An infinite set whose size, quote unquote size, is alif naught or any other alif, is not divisible, because if you divide any infinite set whose quote-unquote size is alif naught into two parts, then the quote-unquote size of the two subsets is also alif naught. Remember that Cantor's definition of an infinite set is a set that can be put into a one-to-one correspondence with its subset. This means that the quote-unquote size of its subset is the same as the quote-unquote size of the superset. There is a reason why I'm putting the word size between quotes. I will explain that reason shortly. Now, you might object that the superset is indeed divisible into its two subsets, because you can break the superset into its two subsets and then put the two subsets together using what philosophers of mathematics call the union operation to form the original superset. But that is not what we mean when we say that physical quantities must be divisible. What we mean when we say that physical quantities must be divisible is that they must be physically divisible into groups of smaller physical quantities. 6 apples, for example, are physically divisible into 3 smaller physical quantities of 2 apples each. The division of an infinite superset into its 2 infinite subsets has a different meaning than the division of a finite collection into its 2 finite collections. When the concept of sets or collections of elements was extended to include infinite sets, the meaning of their division and recombination also changed. As I have already explained several times over, when the objects of mathematical operations change, the meaning of those operations also changes. These new transfinite numbers, therefore, do not describe anything that is divisible. The second necessary characteristic of every physical quantity is that it be composed of units. Alif naught, like all of the other alifs, does not describe any physical quantity, because infinite sets that have any of these quote-unquote sizes are not in fact constituted from units. Now, I have already drawn your attention to the fact that whenever I have talked about the quote-unquote size of infinite sets, I put the word size in between quotes. I will now tell you why. The reason why I have been putting the word size in between quotes is because alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, alif anything is not really the size of anything. The size of this collection of apples is 4. The size of this collection of apples is 6. The size of any collection is the number of units from which it is composed. The number of units from which this collection of apples is composed is 2. Therefore, it has a size of 2. The number of units from which this collection of apples is composed is 4, therefore it has a size of 4. The number of units from which this collection of apples is composed is 6, therefore it has a size of 6. The number of units or years from which the total quantity of time that has ever elapsed since the beginning of the universe is about 14 billion. Therefore, the size of the quantity of time that has elapsed since the beginning of the universe is about 14 billion years. 2, 4, 6, and 14 billion are all numbers on the number line that are composed of units. Alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, or alif anything are not numbers on the number line. They are nowhere on the number line. No matter how far you go, you will never reach them because they are not numbers at all. The reason why they are not numbers is because they describe the quote-unquote size of infinite sets. And I have already shown you that it is impossible to construct an infinite set from its units. I have already explained that Cantor fully understood that it is impossible to construct an infinite set from its units, and that is why Cantor talked about the one-to-one correspondence between infinite sets rather than the composition of infinite sets by some number of elements. Alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, or alif anything are descriptions of the kinds of one-to-one correspondences that can be set up between sets. Cantor called this the size of those infinite sets, but the word size is being used in a different meaning here than when it is used to describe the size of a finite set, like this collection of apples or the collection of years that have elapsed since the beginning of the universe. The sizes of these collections are sizes of things that are composed of units. These sizes are descriptions of physical quantities. The quote-unquote size of infinite sets is not the size of anything that is constructed from units. These sizes are not the description of any physical quantity. When the object of the quote-unquote size operation changed from finite sets to infinite sets, the meaning of the size operation also changed. Alif naught, like all of the other alifs, does not describe any physical quantity because it is not a number that is composed of units. It is nowhere on the number line. It is, as the title of this presentation says, an imaginary concept. The third necessary characteristic of every physical quantity is that it must be describable as being equal to, greater than, or less than some other physical quantity. Alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, and all of the other alifs do not describe any physical quantity because they are not describable as being equal to, greater than, or less than any other physical quantity. Now, you might object that Cantor defined each alif as having the same size as other alifs of the same degree. He defined alifs of a larger degree as being greater than the alifs of a smaller degree, and he defined the alifs of a smaller degree as being less than alifs of a larger degree. But that is not what we mean when we say that physical quantities are describable as being equal to, greater than, or less than other physical quantities. I have just explained that alif naught, alif 1, alif 2, alif anything are not numbers that are found anywhere on the number line. They do not describe the physical size of anything. They are even more different from the natural numbers than negative numbers or imaginary numbers are. The equal to, greater than, and less than operations do not have the same meaning when applied to transfinite numbers and infinite sets that they do when applied to normal numbers. Just as the meaning of the mathematical operations of equality, greater than, and less than changed when we moved from natural numbers to negative and complex numbers, their meaning changed even more when we introduced infinite sets. These kinds of mathematical infinities, transfinite numbers, then, do not describe any physical quantity because none of the three necessary characteristics of physical quantities apply to them. These kinds of mathematical infinities are, as the title of this presentation says, imaginary concepts. I have given you 5 reasons why this second kind of mathematical infinity is an imaginary concept that does not describe any physical quantity. First, I showed you that this second kind of mathematical infinity is an object that is not used by mathematicians but by philosophers of mathematics in a field of study called the foundations of mathematics. Unlike mathematics proper, which is used by scientists to study the real world, the foundations of mathematics is something that is used by philosophers to study the meaning and coherence of mathematical objects, operations, and rules of mathematical systems. This second kind of mathematical infinity is therefore even less descriptive of physical quantities than mathematical objects such as negative and complex numbers are, which we have already learned do not describe physical quantities. Then I showed you why it is impossible to construct an actually infinite collection of anything. I used the argument that I showed you here to show you why believing in the existence of an actual infinite collection of anything is like believing that solar eclipses are caused by sun-eating dragons. Then I used the argument to show you why the concept of an infinite set is, according to many philosophers of mathematics, an incoherent concept, a mathematical mistake. Then I showed you that even if we grant that infinite sets are coherent mathematical concepts, they still would not describe physical quantities. I explained that when modern mathematicians define any mathematical concept, they are not describing something that exists in the real world, but only imagining a concept in their minds. I explained that it is invalid to infer from the fact that someone has merely imagined something that what they have imagined actually exists in the world. It does not follow from the fact that modern mathematicians have imagined a mathematical infinity that that mathematical infinity actually exists in the real world. That kind of inference begs the question. Then I showed you that Cantor's analysis of infinite sets is based on something called one-to-one correspondence. I explained that the idea of one-to-one correspondence between infinite collections is an old concept, and that Muslim theologians used this idea as part of an argument for why an infinite collection of anything is impossible. Their argument reveals flaws in Cantor's reasoning and strengthens the position of those modern philosophers of mathematics who believe that the concept of infinite sets is an incoherent concept. Finally, I explained what this second kind of mathematical infinity actually means by showing you 3 philosophical proofs that made Cantor famous in the mathematical community. I then used this explanation to show you that this second kind of infinity does not describe any physical quantity because the thing that it describes does not possess any of the 3 characteristics that are necessary for something to be a physical quantity. The conclusion of this presentation is clear and simple. Not only can we scientifically prove that the universe began to exist, we can also prove it philosophically without any recourse to modern science. The fact that the universe began to exist is simple and straightforward, and there are many, many clear arguments for it. I explained some of those arguments in the previous presentation and showed you some more in this one. This presentation is the longest presentation in this series of presentations on why Islam is true. The reason for its length is not because the conclusion is difficult to prove, but because the strongest objection to this conclusion in our times spreads confusion using complicated concepts. I took the time in this presentation to explain those concepts in terms that anyone with a good high school education can understand. I then showed you that if you understand the field of study in which these concepts arise, why these concepts are used, and what they mean, then you can clearly see that they are completely unrelated to the conclusion that the universe began to exist. What's more, understanding these concepts reveals even more arguments for the conclusion that the universe began to exist. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وهو حسبنا ونعم الوكيل.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. In previous episodes of this series on why Islam is true, I have given evidence for the fact that the universe began to exist. In this episode, I will show why that is evidence for the existence of God. If the universe began to exist, it is evidence for the existence of a being that did not begin to exist. Reasoning from the beginning of the universe to the existence of a being that did not begin to exist, God in other words, is very similar to the argument for God's existence that I explained in the second episode of this series, in which I reasoned from the fact that the universe is contingent to the existence of a being that is not contingent, or, in other words, a necessary being. I showed that any contingent fact in the universe, the night, the day, the direction of the wind, the qualities of the seas, the stars, the planets, everything needs something else to make it true. Pointing to another contingent fact does not answer the question of what made it true, because that fact needs something else, and if it was made true by another contingent fact, then the series continues. To say that the series never ends is fallacious reasoning, because a collection of purely contingent facts is in even greater need of explanation than a single contingent fact. No contingent fact in the series really makes any other fact true, because it needs something else to make itself true. The series must end at a necessary fact that is not contingent, that does not need anything to make it true. The contingency of the universe is therefore evidence for the existence of a being that is not contingent, a necessary being, in other words. In the same way, the fact that the universe began to exist is evidence for the existence of a being that did not begin to exist. If the universe began to exist, something must have made it exist. If that being also began to exist, then the existence of that being would have to be caused by another being, and so on. To say that the series of beings that began to exist never ends is fallacious reasoning. It's fallacious reasoning because multiplying the number of things that began to exist multiplies the need for something to make them exist. Nothing that begins to exist really makes anything else exist, because it itself needs something else to make it exist. The series must end at a being that did not begin to exist. The fact that the universe began to exist is therefore evidence for the existence of a being that did not begin to exist, and that being is God. These two arguments are two detailed versions of the same general argument. The universe is dependent and needy. Therefore, there exists a being that fulfilled the dependence and neediness of the universe. In order for that being to truly fulfill the dependence and neediness of the universe, it needs to be independent and without need. The universe is dependent and needy because it is contingent, because it needs something else to make it the way that it is. The contingency of the universe is therefore evidence that it was made the way that it is by a being that is not contingent, necessary, in other words. The universe is also dependent and needy because it began to exist and needs something to make it exist. This is evidence for the existence of a being that did not begin to exist. If you think carefully about the meaning of necessity and beginninglessness, you will see that the fact that a being exists necessarily entails that it did not begin to exist. What it means for it to exist necessarily is that it doesn't need anything to make it exist. This means that it could not have begun to exist, because anything that begins to exist does need something to make it exist. Conversely, the fact that something did not begin to exist entails that it exists necessarily, because if it did not begin to exist, it doesn't need anything to make it exist, which is what we mean when we say that a being exists necessarily. The verses in the Quran that call us to reflect on the universe and its phenomena are all arguing that the universe is evidence for the existence of God. After these first 9 episodes of why Islam is true, we now understand that there are 2 reasons why this is the case. The first is that the universe is contingent. The second is that it began to exist. Through its contingency, the universe is evidence for the existence of a necessary being. Through the fact that it began to exist, it is evidence for the existence of a being that did not begin to exist. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وهو حسبنا ونعم الوكيل.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. This is the 10th episode of the series on why Islam is true. I'd like to step back for a moment to recap what I have shown in previous episodes. I began this series by clarifying the meaning of Islam in the statement why Islam is true. And I explained that when I make the claim that Islam is true, I don't mean by Islam what news reports say that Muslims believe or do, nor do I mean what you might have been pressured to do as a Muslim in your childhood if you were raised as a Muslim, nor do I mean saying the confession of faith, nor do I mean a struggle for peace or justice. What I mean by Islam is none of these things. What I mean by Islam is the claim that God created the universe, put us in it for a great purpose, and sent us messengers to tell us our purpose so that we might gain eternal happiness in our life after death. Now, this claim comprises a series of sub-claims about God, about people who claimed to be God's messengers, about the purpose of our existence, and about a life after death. In previous episodes, I have focused on the claims about God, particularly on the claim that God exists. I have unpacked 2 conclusive arguments for the existence of God, an argument from the contingency of the universe, and another argument from the fact that the universe began to exist. But if you have followed the arguments closely, you will see that they don't actually prove that God exists. Rather, what they actually prove is that a necessary being exists. Is the concept of God the same as the concept of a necessary being? No, it's not. God is more than just a necessary being. God is omnipotent, all-powerful in other words. He's omniscient, all-knowing in other words. He answers our prayers, He deserves our worship, and He is alone in His Godhood. Proving the existence of a necessary being is part of the proof for the existence of God, but it is not the complete proof. The argument needs to go further. In the Western tradition, the argument of choice for the existence of God has historically been the argument from contingency, not the argument from the beginning of the universe, as I explained in previous episodes. The Catholic philosopher and theologian Thomas Aquinas famously concluded his exposition of the argument with the words, "And that," the necessary being in other words, "is what most people call God." Because he didn't take the argument far enough, the most common objection in the Western tradition, the favorite objection of Western philosophers to his argument, is that proving the existence of a necessary being is not the same as proving the existence of God. In the Muslim tradition, however, the argument does not stop here. Proving the existence of a necessary being is the first step towards proving the existence of God. The second step is to prove that God is also someone with agency, someone who has volition, someone who created the universe through his free will, knowledge, and power. God is a necessary being who is alive and acts by his free volition. The goal of this presentation is to show that the necessary being, whose existence I have conclusively proved in previous episodes,
to prove that that necessary being is also a volitional agent. Let me first clarify what I mean by volitional agent. Historically, people have believed in two kinds of necessary beings: a necessary being who is not a volitional agent, and a necessary being who is. A necessary being who is not a volitional agent is an inert, involuntary, and necessary cause of the universe. This necessary being is an involuntary cause for the existence of the universe, just as fire is an inert and involuntary cause for the generation of heat to boil water in a pot, for example. This is the kind of quote-unquote God that non-religious philosophers such as Aristotle in the Greek tradition and Avicenna in the Islamic tradition have historically argued for. This is also the godlike concept of Mother Nature that many scientists hold in reverence and awe. A necessary being who is a volitional agent, on the other hand, is not an inert, involuntary cause of the universe. Rather, he is someone who is alive, who made everything in the universe with an independent, free choice, and who could have made everything differently or not made anything at all. This is what people of religion, Muslims, Christians, Jews, mean when they use the word God. Their God is not the lifeless cause of the universe that philosophers like Aristotle believed in. Their God is a volitional agent. I will now show why the necessary being on whom the universe depends is not just a necessary being, but a necessary being who is also a volitional agent. The reason why the necessary being must be a volitional agent is that it is impossible for an involuntary cause to bring about both an effect and its opposite. Fire, for example, is an involuntary cause of heating a pot to boil water. It is therefore impossible for it to also cool the pot to freeze the water. An involuntary cause cannot choose to do one thing at one time and another thing at another. An involuntary cause always brings about the same effect. A force that acts on an object, such as a car, is an involuntary cause for speeding it up. It is therefore impossible for that force to also cause the car to slow down. An involuntary cause always brings about the same effect. It is impossible for an involuntary cause to bring about both an effect and its opposite. Now, what this means is that if the necessary being was an involuntary cause of the universe, then the universe would be one big homogeneous blob. But if we look at the universe, that is not what we see. We don't see homogeneity, we see variety. I'd like you to recall from previous episodes the Quranic verse that draws our attention to the heavens and earth, the night and day, the ships that sail the sea, the rain, the vegetation, the animals, the winds, the clouds, as signs for the existence of God. This is one of dozens of verses that demonstrate that the universe is evidence for the existence of God. The God who these verses are giving evidence for is not just a necessary being. These verses are giving evidence for the existence of a God who is a necessary being and also a volitional agent. How is the universe evidence for God's volitional agency? By its variety. Remember that it is impossible for an involuntary cause to bring about both an effect and its opposite. These verses draw our attention to the fact that the necessary being who made the universe makes both an effect and its opposite. This verse, for example, doesn't just draw our attention to animals as a sign for the existence of God. It draws our attention to animals of all kinds. God did not just make one kind of animal, but millions of different species of animals. The other contingent things mentioned in the verse are also variegated. Night is different from day. Ships are variegated in their construction and in their voyages over sea. Rain varies from place to place and from season to season. The vegetation that it produces is diverse. Winds are always changing. And every cloud in the sky is different from every other cloud. The contingent variety in the universe is evidence that the necessary being who made it is also a volitional agent.
This is a frequently mentioned argument in the Quran. Here, for example, are a dozen other verses that cite the variety of the things in the universe as evidence for God's volitional agency. Here's another one. In this verse, God tells us that He is the original creator of the heavens and the earth. Original creator is my attempted translation of the Arabic word Badi', which Quranic exegetes explain means the one who creates differently every time. Every human being is different. Every snowflake is different. Every fingerprint is different. Every leaf is different. Every grain of sand is different. The stunning variety in the universe is not just evidence for the fact that God has volition, but that He has unrestricted volition. He can choose to do anything at all. That is why the verse continues to say that whenever He decrees a thing, He but says to it, be, and it is. No effort, no difficulty. God can do anything. The things in the universe are not like the mass-produced identical goods that come out of a volitionless factory line. Everything in the universe was custom-made by an independent free choice. God, therefore, is not a necessary being who is the volitionless cause of the universe. God is a necessary being who is a volitional agent. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I showed in the previous episode that the stunning variety in the universe is evidence that God is not just a necessary being, but a necessary being who is also a volitional agent, meaning someone who freely chose to make each thing in the universe the way that it is. A volitional agent, remember, is someone who is alive and someone who has knowledge, will, and power. The opposite of a volitional agent is a non-living cause like fire. A volitional agent creates both an effect and its opposite. God makes night and day, rain and shine, wind and still, and so on, but it is impossible for a non-living cause to bring about both an effect and its opposite. Fire always makes water boil. It never freezes it. If this sounds unfamiliar, you should pause me right here and listen to the previous episode before continuing further. At the end of the previous episode, I also showed that the stunning variety in the universe is not only evidence for God's volitional agency, that He knows, chooses, and creates, but that it is evidence for His unrestricted volitional agency, that He knows everything, that He can choose anything, and that He can create anything. I will show in this episode that modern scientific discoveries about the universe reveal God's unrestricted agency even more. Modern scientific discoveries reveal more clearly than ever before that God knows everything, that He can choose anything, and that He can create anything. The argument goes like this. In the previous episode, I showed that contingent variety is evidence for volitional agency. If the necessary being who made the universe was not a volitional agent, but an involuntary cause, like fire, then the universe would not be variegated, because it is impossible for an involuntary cause to produce both an effect and its opposite. Towards the end of the previous episode, I showed that the seemingly endless contingent variety in the universe, every human is different, every snowflake is different, every fingerprint is different, every leaf is different, every grain of sand is different. This seemingly endless variety is evidence for unrestricted volitional agency, that He has the knowledge, volition, and power to create anything. In this episode, I will show that modern science has revealed more clearly than ever before that God made the things in the universe for a purpose, and that when we add purpose to the seemingly endless variety in the universe, the evidence for God's unrestricted agency becomes conclusive. I will also show that modern science has revealed more clearly than ever before that God has made the purposes in the universe dependent on a highly intricate determination of physical constants, and that when we add this intricate determination to the purposes and seemingly endless variety in the universe, the evidence for God's unrestricted agency becomes incontrovertible. Modern science, in other words, reveals beyond any shadow of doubt that God has unrestricted agency, that He knows everything, that He can choose anything, and that He can create anything. God willing, I will in a little while give specific examples of how modern science reveals all of this. But before I do that, let me illustrate the argument that I have just described. Imagine that you are walking along the shore of what appears to be a deserted island, far from any human civilization, and you look down to find a sheet of metal, nicely cut, shaped, smoothed, and polished. It looks like it was fashioned by a volitional agent, probably a human being. But since you think you are so far from human civilization, you think that maybe, just maybe, it was not made by any volitional agent, but by the non-volitional causes of the natural world. You raise your head a little, and suddenly you realize that the metal sheet is a small part of an assortment, a variety of metal sheets. Some tall, some wide, some large, some small, some red, some green, some yellow, some black, some bright and shiny, some dull and matted, some heavy, some light, and so on. You are now certain that these metal sheets were made by a volitional agent, probably a human being, because variety is evidence for volitional agency. One sheet of metal might be the result of a non-volitional cause, but a huge assortment, a huge variety like this, all lying close together, reveals volitional agency. A non-volitional cause always produces the same effect. Whenever there is variety, there must be volitional agency. Then you look a little further and you see that the sheets of metal that you just saw have been assembled into a car. Not just one car, but an assortment, a variety of different kinds of cars. You are now not merely certain that the assortment of metal sheets were assembled into cars by a volitional agent, you are conclusively certain that they were assembled into cars by a volitional agent. Your certainty has increased because now you don't just observe variety, rather you observe variety that has clearly been chosen to fulfill a purpose. Every car has been assembled for a purpose, namely to move people and things from one place to another. Non-volitional causes don't act with purpose. Only volitional agents do. The cars could have been designed with or without wheels, with or without doors, with or without engines, with or without windows, and so on. All of these features and many more were chosen so that the car could fulfill a purpose. Their purposeful design presupposes knowledge of all of these possibilities and their outcomes, the selection of one of these possibilities in order to achieve the outcome of making a car that moves people and things from one place to another, and the skillful production of the cars to realize those outcomes. Knowledge, selection, and production are properties of living volitional agents. They are not properties of lifeless, non-volitional causes. Variety that reveals purpose is conclusive evidence for volitional agency. Then, just as you are looking at this assortment of cars, a mechanical engineer appears out of nowhere, don't ask how, and begins explaining how the engine of each of these cars works. He explains that each engine is composed of either 4 or 6 cylinders. At the top of each cylinder is a piston whose up and down motion is converted to the rotational motion of a crankshaft, which makes the wheels of the car turn, which makes the car move. He tells you that the piston moves up and down in 4 steps called strokes. In the first step, the intake stroke, the piston is pulled down into the cylinder by the momentum of the crankshaft. The inlet valve lets in a mixture of fuel and air into the cylinder.
In the second step, the compression stroke, the inlet valve closes. The piston moves back up the cylinder and compresses the fuel-air mixture, which makes it much more flammable. When the piston reaches the top of the cylinder, the spark plug fires, which takes us to the third step, the power stroke, when the spark ignites the fuel-air mixture to cause a mini explosion, which pushes the piston back down. This powers the rotation of the crankshaft. Finally, in the last step, the exhaust stroke, the outlet valve opens. As the crankshaft continues to turn, the piston is forced back up the cylinder for a second time. This forces the exhaust gases out through the exhaust outlet. The cycle then repeats itself. The car is only able to move when the pistons of each of the cylinders fire hundreds of times every minute with perfect coordination. Your certainty that the cars were made by a volitional agent now becomes even stronger than conclusive. It becomes incontrovertible, absolutely unshakable. Your certainty has increased because now, in addition to observing variety and purpose, you observe intricate determination. Not only does this make you conclusively certain that the car was made by a volitional agent, it makes you incontrovertibly, unshakably certain that the volitional agent has not just knowledge, but vast knowledge, not just volition, but great volition, and not just power, but tremendous power. Contingent variety that reveals both purpose and intricate determination is incontrovertible, unshakable evidence for vast volitional agency.
Now, let's take an analogous example from the natural world. Let's take you. First, compare yourself to your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your friends, your colleagues at work, the people in the cars around you when you drive in traffic. All of these people are people, human beings, in the same way that you are a person or a human being. But every one of them is somehow different in size, in color, in gender, in the languages that they speak, and in the features and capabilities of their eyes, ears, noses, hands, feet, everything. Since you've watched episodes 2 and 3 of this series, if you haven't, go back and watch them now, you already know that these differences highlight their contingency, or in other words, their need for something else to make them the way that they are. They highlight their contingency and the contingency of everything about them, of all of their characteristics. And you already know that this contingency, this need for something else to determine them, to make them the way that they are, that this is evidence that they, like everything else in the universe, were made by a necessary being. And since you've watched the previous episode, if you haven't, go back and watch it now, you also know that the differences that you see, the variety in other words, is evidence that the necessary being who made them is also a volitional agent. Now, the parts that the people are made of, their eyes, their ears, their noses, their hands, their feet, and so on, aren't just variegated. They have also been made to fulfill purposes. The eyes to see, the ears to hear, the noses to smell, the hands to hold and manipulate, the feet to walk, run, and jump, and so on. Non-volitional causes don't act with purpose. Only volitional agents do. The eyes could have been made with or without retinas, the ears with or without eardrums, and so on. All of these features and many more were clearly determined, chosen, selected, so that the eyes, the ears, and the other organs could fulfill a particular purpose. This purposeful choice presupposes knowledge of all of these possibilities and their outcomes. The selection of one of these possibilities in order to achieve the outcome of making an eye that sees, an ear that hears, and so on, and the skillful creation of each organ to realize those outcomes. Knowledge, selection, and creation are properties of a living volitional agent. They are not properties of lifeless non-volitional causes. Variety that reveals purpose is conclusive evidence for volitional agency. I will now analyze just one of these organs, the eye. in order to explain how modern science has revealed purpose and intricate determination, that's just another word for selection, inside its parts. This will not just reveal God's knowledge, but His vast knowledge. It will reveal not just His volition, but His great volition. And it will reveal not just His power, but His tremendous power. I will now begin my explanation. I want you to pay particular attention to whenever I use the phrase "in order to." Whenever I use this phrase, I will be drawing your attention to an intricately determined purpose. Let's begin. At the center of your eye, there is an opening, your pupil. This opening is there in order to admit light from the outside world into your eye. The muscles of the surrounding iris, the ring around the pupil that gives your eyes their color, relax and contract in order to dilate and constrict the pupil, in order to regulate the amount of light that enters the eye, in order to enable sight in both bright and dark settings. When it is dark, the muscles contract in order to dilate the pupil, in order to increase the amount of light that enters the eye, in order to help you see better in dark settings. And when it is bright, the muscles relax in order to constrict the pupil, in order to reduce the amount of light that enters the eye, in order to prevent you from being dazzled in bright settings. The contraction and relaxation of the muscles in your iris is an autonomic reflex, which means that it happens involuntarily without your conscious control. And this happens autonomically in order to allow you to focus your attention on what benefits you directly, namely using your sight to your advantage rather than distracting your attention towards the dozens of fine movements that benefit you indirectly, such as the complexities associated with the dilation of your pupil. Just behind the pupil lies the lens, which is transparent in order to admit light into the eye, and elastic in order to stretch and contract, in order to focus light that enters the eye, in order to help you see clearly both at distance and at proximity. The edge of the lens is attached to tiny and intricate suspensory ligaments, which in turn are attached to a ring of tiny and intricate muscle called the ciliary body, which relaxes in order to stretch the lens flat, in order to help the eye focus on distant objects, and contracts in order to allow the lens to return to its rounder shape, in order to help the eye focus on close objects. These contractions and relaxations are also autonomic reflexes in order to help you focus your attention on what benefits you directly, using your sight to your advantage, rather than distracting your attention to the dozens of fine movements that benefit you indirectly, such as the complexities of adjusting the thickness of the lens. The light that is focused by the lens falls on the inner wall of the eye called the retina, which is composed of neurons, rod cells, and cone cells. The tips of the rod cells contain a purple pigment called rhodopsin, which absorbs the energy of the light in order to activate a chemical reaction, in order for the pigment to break down, in order to induce an electric potential in the rod cell, in order to induce an electrical signal which passes through the retinal neurons in order to be partially processed before traveling through the optic nerve to the brain, in order to be completely processed with the millions of other partially processed signals from the millions of other rod cells, in order to interpret the information into the picture that you finally see. These rod cells work optimally in dark settings and only distinguish between shades of gray. The other kinds of cells in your retina, the cone cells, are the cells that distinguish visual details such as color. You have far fewer cone cells than rod cells. only 6 or 7 million. And they are found mainly in a retinal depression at the middle of your line of sight in order to give you detailed vision where you need it the most, at the center of your vision. There are 3 kinds of cone cells, each containing a different kind of pigment, one of which responds to red light, another to green light, and a third to blue light. This variegation between the cone cells exists in order to help you see color. Each pigment absorbs the energy of the light in order to activate a chemical reaction, in order for it to break down, in order to induce an electric potential in the cone cell, in order to induce an electric signal which passes through retinal neurons in order to be partially processed before traveling through the optic nerve to the brain in order to be completely processed with the millions of other partially processed signals from the other rod and cone cells in order to interpret the information into a picture with greater detail in your central vision than in your peripheral vision. This processing happens not just in one eye, but in 2 eyes, in order for the brain to receive signals from 2 different perspectives, in order for it to merge the pair of 2-dimensional images into a single 3-dimensional image. This was all a cursory overview of how the parts of the eye have all been intricately determined to fulfill sub-purposes that are purposefully organized in order to coalesce into a highly intricate and purposeful whole that is your eye, which is just one of many other purposefully determined organs in your body. My overview has omitted hundreds of other details, such as the complicated process of irrigation, lubrication, cleaning, and protection that happens every time you blink, an average of 4.2 million times a year, and the vestibulo-ocular reflex, VOR, an inbuilt muscular response that stabilizes everything we see by making tiny, imperceptible movements in the opposite direction to where our head is moving. Without VOR, any attempts at walking, running, even the minuscule head tremors you make when you read something on your screen would make our vision blurred, scattered, and impossible to comprehend. The purposeful and intricate determination of all these details reveals not just God's knowledge, but His vast knowledge, vaster than anything we might have imagined before we learned these details. Not just His volition, but His great volition, greater than anything we might have imagined before we learned these details. Not just His power, but His tremendous power, more tremendous than anything we might have imagined before we knew these details. But all of these details merely scratch the surface of the purposes and intricate determination in all of us. Modern science has revealed much, 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 much more. Let's break each of these parts, and in fact every part in the body of every living organism, into the most basic unit of life, the animal cell. For over 200 years, since they were first discovered, scientists thought that cells were disorganized blobs and particles that were tossed haphazardly in random directions. Advances in the science of microscopy during the last century now enable us to magnify these tiny cells over 100,000 times. We can now see that these tiny cells, invisible to the naked eye, are made up of thousands of tinier parts, which in turn are made up of even tinier parts, and so on, and that every tiny part has an unimaginably intricate sub-purpose in the larger purpose of the tiny cell, which in turn has an unimaginably intricate purpose in the larger purpose of the tissue that it constitutes, which in turn has an intricate sub-purpose in the larger purpose of the organ that it constitutes, which in turn, as we have just seen with the eye, has an intricate sub-purpose in the larger purpose of the human body. I will now read a slightly adapted quotation from one of the books of Michael Denton, a senior fellow at the Discovery Institute's Center for Science and Culture. Scientists at the Discovery Institute, such as Michael Denton, have done groundbreaking work in explaining how modern scientific discoveries have unveiled the unimaginably intricate purposes in the universe. Before I cite their work, however, I want to note that the way that they use this discovery in their arguments is not always correct. particularly the way that they use these discoveries to reason about the theory of evolution, and the way that they will use these discoveries to make their argument for intelligent design. I will, if God wills, explain their mistakes in future episodes. For now, I'd like you to focus on their explanation of the unimaginably intricate design and purpose in the cell. Michael Denton explains that cells are not disorganized blobs. They are unimaginably complex machines. If you were to magnify a cell 1,000 million times until it is 20 kilometers in diameter, you would see millions of openings on its surface, the cell membrane, that open and close to allow a continual stream of materials to flow in and out. If you went into one of these openings, you would find yourself in a world of supreme technology and bewildering complexity. You would see highly organized corridors and conduits, the endoplasmic reticulum, microtubules and microfilaments that branch in every direction away from the perimeter of the cell, some leading to the central memory bank, the nucleus, and others to assembly plants such as the ribosomes, and processing units such as the Golgi apparatus. The nucleus itself would be a vast spherical chamber more than a kilometer in diameter, in which we would see, all neatly stacked together in ordered arrays, the miles of coiled chains of DNA molecules. A huge range of products and raw materials would shuttle along all the manifold conduits in a highly ordered fashion to and from all the various assembly plants in the outer regions of the cell. As you looked around, you would wonder at the level of control implicit in the movement of so many objects down so many seemingly endless conduits, all in perfect unison. You would see all around you, in every direction you looked, all sorts of robot-like machines. You would notice that the simplest of the functional components of the cell, the protein molecules, are astonishingly complex pieces of molecular machinery, each one consisting of about 3,000 atoms arranged in highly organized 3D spatial configuration. You would wonder even more as you watched the strangely purposeful activities of these weird molecular machines, particularly when you realize that despite all of our accumulated knowledge of physics and chemistry, the task of designing one such molecular machine, one single functional protein molecule, is completely beyond our capacity at present. Yet the life of the cell depends on the integrated activities of thousands, certainly tens of thousands and probably hundreds of thousands of different protein molecules. You would be witnessing an object resembling an immense automated factory, a factory larger than a city and carrying out almost as many unique functions as all the manufacturing activities of man on Earth. However, it would be a factory which would have one capacity not equaled in any of our own most advanced machines, for it would be capable of replicating its entire structure within a matter of a few hours. To witness such an act of magnification of 1,000 million times, at a magnification of 1,000 million times, would be an awe-inspiring spectacle." End quote. Over the last several years, scientists have worked with animation artists to turn what biologists like Denton have just described into visual animations. The results are absolutely stunning. I would like you to watch one of these animations in this short online video called Journey Inside the Cell, produced by the Discovery Institute. You can pause this presentation now, watch the video, Journey Inside the Cell, and then return to watch the rest of this presentation. The animation that you have just seen is one of many. If you search online for molecular biology animations, you will find many more. How can anyone who watches any of these animations not see the vast volitional agency of God? Remember that all of the intricate purposes and determinations that you are seeing are just in a single unit of life, in a single tiny cell. You are not made of just one cell, but trillions of cells,
all purposefully and intricately assembled to make your purposeful and intricate organs and body parts, which in turn are purposefully and intricately assembled to make you. The stunningly purposeful and unimaginably intricate determination of everything that I have just described reveals not just God's vast knowledge, but His unimaginably vast knowledge, vaster than anything we might have imagined before we learned these details. Not just His great volition, but His unimaginably great volition, greater than anything we might have imagined before we learned these details. Not just His tremendous power, but His unimaginably tremendous power, more tremendous than anything we might have imagined before we knew these details. But again, all of these details merely scratch the surface of what modern science has revealed. To fully grasp the stunningly purposeful and unimaginably intricate determination of everything that I have just described, we need to go back to the beginning of the universe, which, according to current scientific estimates, was about 13.8 billion years ago. The universe began at time zero as a single, unimaginably tiny, yet unimaginably heavy, unimaginably hot, and unimaginably dense point that contained within it all the matter in the vast expanse of today's universe. At the instant immediately after time zero, it began expanding unimaginably rapidly, and as the unimaginably heavy matter that was packed with unimaginable density into a tiny point began to spread out over a larger expanse of space, it began to cool down. It took 380,000 years of unimaginably rapid expansion for the universe to become cool enough for the first atoms, mainly helium and hydrogen, to form, and millions of years for the gravitational attraction between these atoms to bring them together into the first stars, and another hundreds of millions of years for it to bring stars together into the first galaxies. In 1998, we discovered that the expansion of the universe is accelerating. That means that it is expanding faster and faster, that the speed at which it is expanding is increasing with time. This is surprising because we would expect that the gravitational attraction between all the matter in the universe, the planets, the stars, the galaxies, should pull the matter back together so that the expansion slows down, eventually stops, and then reverses, ending in what scientists have called a big crunch. But not only is the universe continuing to expand, it is expanding faster and faster. What is causing this acceleration? Scientists believe that this acceleration is caused by something that they call dark energy that is embedded into empty space all over the universe. The effect of this dark energy on the expansion of the universe is expressed by the cosmological constant, which appears in Einstein's field equations as the capital Greek letter lambda here. The value of the cosmological constant is on the scale of 10 to the minus 120. That's 1 over 1 followed by 120 zeros. This is an unimaginably tiny number. Not 1 millionth, not 1 billionth, not 1 billion billionth, not 1 billion billion billionth, but billions and billions and billions and billions of times smaller than that. The 120-digit accuracy of the cosmological constant is stunning. If this unimaginably tiny number had been just a little bigger or just a little smaller by an unimaginably tiny amount, neither we nor ourselves would exist. The universe would have either expanded even faster, dispersing matter too fast for it to clump together to form planets, stars, and galaxies, or it would have led to the universe recollapsing back upon itself a long time ago. The 120-digit accuracy of the cosmological constant reveals that God knew the exact value of the cosmological constant that would result in a universe that was suited for us to exist in. It reveals that He knew what scenarios all of the other values would result in, that He specifically determined this value of the cosmological constant, and that He brought the universe into existence with precision, exactly the way that He determined it to exist. The cosmological constant is one of at least several dozen other constants, each of which needs to be precisely determined in order for us or ourselves to exist. Our sun, like all of the other billions of trillions of stars in the universe, is powered by the force of gravity, which pushes the atoms at the center of stars into nuclear fusion reactions that create the elements that are essential for life, such as carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and others. Without these elements, neither we nor ourselves would exist. The fusion reactions in our sun also release the energy that powers photosynthesis in plants, which in turn makes the glucose that powers respiration in our cells. Without this energy, neither we nor our cells would exist. Now, the strength of the force of gravity is determined by the value of the gravitational constant. If this constant was ever so slightly smaller, the force of gravity would be too weak to push elements into fusion reactions at the centers of stars. There would be no stars. And without stars, neither we nor our cells would exist. Not only because photosynthesis and respiration would not be possible, but because the very elements that constitute us would never have come into existence. If, on the other hand, the gravitational constant was ever so slightly larger, then too neither we nor ourselves would exist, because the universe would then be a violent and inhospitable place. Stars would form more easily with smaller amounts of matter. They would be smaller and hotter, emitting dangerous life-inhibiting radiation. They would burn out and explode more quickly, giving less time for life-permitting planets like Earth to develop life-permitting conditions. Planets, stars, and galaxies would all be much smaller and closer to each other. Solar systems would be unstable and inhospitable to life, frequently destroyed by collisions with nearby celestial objects and bombarded with stellar radiation. Planets would have unstable orbits. Passing celestial objects would easily knock them out of their orbits, and the expansion of the universe would be reversed, bringing everything back together into a violent and deathly big crunch. There are many other constants in addition to the cosmological and gravitational constants, every one of them precisely determined in order to make it possible for us and ourselves to exist. These include the constant that governs the strength of the electrostatic force, which determines the chemistry that makes the reactions of life, such as photosynthesis, respiration, and digestion, possible, and the strong nuclear force, which overcomes the electrostatic force at short distances so that the protons in the nuclei of the various elements are not pushed apart from each other, and the elements that are essential for life, such as carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and others, can exist. Each of these fundamental forces is precisely determined, finely tuned, not just in terms of their own values, but in terms of the relation of those values to the values of other forces. If, for example, the ratio between the electrostatic force and the strong nuclear force had been off by the tiniest fraction of the tiniest fraction, by even 1 part in 1 billion trillion, then no stars could ever have formed at all. The formation of stars and everything else in the universe collectively depends not only on the relative values of these two forces, but on the relations of the values of these two forces to the unimaginably intricately determined cosmological constant, the unimaginably intricately determined gravitational constant, and at least dozens of other physical constants. If any of these physical constants had values that diverged from their existing values by an unimaginably small amount, neither we nor ourselves would exist. Now, add to the unimaginably intricate determination of all of these physical constants the fact that our planet Earth is a terrestrial planet and not a gaseous giant, that it has just the right size to support life, that it is just the right distance from a sun, that in turn has just the right size and emits just the right heat and light, that our planet has just the right atmosphere that admits the heat and light that are essential for life and filters out the radiation that inhibits life, that it has an unusually large satellite that prevents it from wobbling as it goes around the sun, and that nearby lies a massive gaseous giant, Jupiter, whose gravity draws away asteroids to prevent them from hitting the Earth's surface, that our solar system is located in just the right region of our galaxy, away from supernova, whose catastrophic explosions have the potential to sterilize an entire region of a galaxy for billions of years, and away from the dangerous spiral arms of the galaxy. All of these unimaginably intricate determinations, when added to everything that I have just explained, demonstrate beyond any shadow of a doubt whatsoever that not only is God a volitional agent, not only is his volitional agency unimaginably vast, but that he is omniscient, he knows everything, that he is omnivolitional, that he can determine the universe to have any description whatsoever, and that he is omnipotent, that he can do absolutely anything. Modern science incontrovertibly reveals the unrestricted volitional agency of God. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وهو حسبنا ونعم الوكيل.
لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله وسلم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I showed in the previous episode that modern scientific discoveries about the universe reveal that God's agency is unrestricted, that he knows everything, that he can choose anything, and that he can create anything. I showed this by giving examples of how modern science has revealed more clearly than ever before that God made the things in the universe for a purpose, and that he made the purposes in the universe dependent on a series of unimaginably intricate determinations. Now, as you watched my argument in the previous episode, you might have thought that it sounded very similar to what is famously known as the argument for God's existence by design. Philosophers sometimes call this argument the teleological argument for God's existence. Telos is the Greek word for purpose. This argument is extremely compelling. I will, God willing, explain why it is so compelling in the next episode. In this episode, I want to examine a commonly raised objection to this argument. Atheists object to the argument by design by asking the question, who designed the designer? In order to understand this objection, we have to understand the formal structure of the design argument. This argument can be formalized in several different ways. For our purposes, I will confine myself to a formalization that, I think, represents the way in which many Christian theists, such as the scientists at the Discovery Institute that I cited in my previous episode, make this argument today. The first premise cites modern scientific discoveries. It observes that the phenomenon of life exhibits complexity, information, and dependence on the fine-tuning of physical constants. I illustrated this premise in great detail in the previous episode through the example of the human eye, the animal cell, and physical constants such as the cosmological and the gravitational constants. The second premise moves from these discoveries to infer the existence of volitional agency through a kind of inference that modern philosophers call inference to the best explanation. That's why this premise asserts that the best explanation for these phenomena is the existence of an intelligent designer. I won't dwell on what this inference is or how it works. For our purposes, it's enough to simply understand that complexity, information, and dependence on the fine-tuning of physical constants are evidence for quote-unquote intelligent design. As an aside, I want you to note that Christian theists who use the design argument use the term quote-unquote intelligent design, and that's what you see here in this argument. They don't use the term volitional agent that I've used in previous arguments. I will, God willing, show you shortly that this difference arises from the fact that their argument is different from the one that I am making. The third premise makes a jump to assert that this quote-unquote intelligent designer is God, and from this follows the final premise, therefore God exists. The The problem with this argument is the jump from the second to the third premise. Atheists object that if we say that the design in the universe is evidence for an intelligent designer, then if that intelligent designer exists, he exhibits even greater design than the universe that he designed, and must therefore be evidence for the existence of another designer, who must in turn be evidence for the existence of another designer, and so on. We are therefore stuck in this cycle of inferences at the second premise and can never make the jump from design in the universe to the existence of God, because God, by agreement of everyone who worships Him, doesn't need anything. This is what atheists mean when they counter the design argument by asking the question, who designed the designer? Now, I remarked in the previous episode that I disagree with the way that Christian theists make the design argument. This objection illustrates one reason why I disagree with them, because this objection is in fact correct, and the argument, as I have just described it, the design argument, is indeed flawed. But this objection does not apply to the argument that I made in the previous episode. I argued that design is evidence for God's unrestricted agency, not His existence. I wasn't arguing for God's existence because I have already proven His existence in the second episode with the argument from contingency, and then again in the seventh episode with the Kalam cosmological argument. Each of these arguments show that the mere existence of the universe, even without any design or purpose at all, is evidence for the existence of a necessary being. A being, in other words, who doesn't need anything. When I argued in the last episode that science reveals God's unrestricted agency, I did so having already proven that God, a necessary being, exists. That is why if an atheist objects to my argument by asking who designed the designer, his objection misses the mark completely, because I have already shown that God, the one who designed the universe, doesn't need anything. He doesn't need to be designed. Now, if you say this to an atheist, he will most likely simply ignore everything that you say and insist on asking, but who made God what He is? I want you to remember that I have already anticipated this objection in the third episode of this series when I explained that the reason why atheists insist on asking this question even after seeing that the universe is evidence for the existence of a necessary being is that their psychological commitment to materialism prevents them from grasping the conclusion of the cosmological argument. Their materialism prevents them from understanding what a necessary being is. I explained that the cosmological argument proves that God exists and that He doesn't need anyone to make Him what He is. He doesn't need a designer. Many atheists will still not let go of their materialism, and despite all the evidence that I have presented, say something like, "You're avoiding the question." They will say this because belief in materialism and belief in the existence of a necessary being cannot coexist. Anyone who refuses to let go of materialism will simply not grasp what a necessary being is. I anticipated this in the fourth episode, in which I explained what materialism is and how the cosmological argument refutes it. And I showed that when I give this answer, I am not in fact avoiding any question at all. But what is actually happening is that the atheist, the materialist, is insisting on avoiding my answer. That is why the objection, who designed the designer, is not a valid objection to the argument that I made in the previous episode, although it is a valid objection to the design argument, which, as I have explained, is flawed. Now, if you think back to the stunning examples of design that I gave in the previous episode, you will probably not believe what I have just said.
The design argument, you'll think to yourself, still seems extremely compelling. Why is that? I will, God willing, explain that in the next episode. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والله سبحانه وتعالى أعلم وهو حسبنا ونعم الوكيل.